Right? Try to write out the rules underneath. Try to write the worded part as well, right? Tangent beta. Right? Try writing the as well. Five minutes again. 5 minutes again. Yeah. Last 2 minutes. Mirror, no phone mirror. Ready? Right? So once you know your rules, remember I told you what to do, right? You need to be able to take that shape and see if you can find it in the question they give you. All right? So we'll do a couple and then I will make you work out all. So the first one that you might have, whenever you have a diameter forming a triangle, angle at the circumference is 90. Or some people say angle in a semicircle is 90. That will work as well, right? Next easy one, when a radius meets a tangent, angle is 90. That's okay? This one can also be drawn on next week. Angle at the center, twice the angle at the circumference. And you could draw it like this. Angle at the center is twice the angle at the circumference. That's okay? So for now, by just writing this, it might help you remember it, right? Next one that you should remember the cyclic quadrilateral, and you have your opposite angles, sum to 180. Right? Here's C and here's D. Right? E and B and C and D, sum to 180. That's okay? Right? One of the trickier ones to see. Right? One of the trickier ones to see is whenever you have one chord, and that single chord forms two triangles. The angles at the circumference are equal. Okay? So if here's X, here's also X. Okay? right? See what I'm not. Right? Right, sorry. Next one. Right, so again, I'm pointing out these here because we tend to not see these. Right? We tend to not see these, right? Just give it one back now. Right? Sorry. So you have a triangle. Right? That triangle not passing to the center. And there's a tangent to that triangle. There's the alternate segment rule formula. Here and here equal. Okay? These two here equal. Here and here equal. Here and here equal. That's okay? Huh? A tangent is when a line touches one point on a circle. Right? You all okay with that? Next one that we tend to forget is that you have one chord. Chord means what? Chord means it's not passing through the center, right? So you have one chord. And the chord has two tangents. The triangle form is isosceles. So here and here equal. Right? And then there's one more that you will always see. Right? You have two radii forming a triangle. Triangle is isosceles. Are you okay with that? So it will look something like this. So these are the rules. Now we're gonna take a question and we're going to find the rules, right? I would call them by these numbers here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, right? Okay. Alright, let's go. So we're taking a look at the first one, right? Right, I'm excellent question. The years don't matter anymore, right? Right, just number them, number one, number two. And share it away. Right, draw the shape. Draw the shape. It doesn't matter. It don't really matter what they are. We're gonna find all. Go quick little steps now. When you draw the shape, right? I want you to see which rules can rule. Right? You're seeing rule number 7. 7. Yes. You're seeing rule number 8. Watch it good. Right? So see if you see rule number 7. See if you see rule number 8. Yeah? Someone said they're seeing rule number 4. Yeah, that can work as well. Anybody see rule number 1? Anybody see rule number 1? Look at diameter, forming a triangle. Right? No headphones, nothing about it. No phone, you don't need the headphones, you don't need the phone. Right? So you should be seeing rule number 1. You should be seeing rule number, technically rule number 3 always there as well. But you should be seeing rule number 1. You're seeing rule number 2? Yeah, seeing rule number 2? Yeah. Look for tangent, look for radius. You're seeing rule number 4, you said? Right? You're seeing rule number 5, yeah? Yeah, rule number 5 is also there. Rule number 5 is also there. And rule number 7 is there. Rule number 8 is there. That's okay? Yeah. Right, let's go. So I want you to find it and then work it out, right? So whenever you see these questions, the first thing you try to pull out all the rules, right? So just now I'll go to what they asked here. But the first rule that you should see the isosceles here. Sorry. Right? So you should see the isosceles here. That's okay? That's the first rule you should see. The next rule you might be able to see tangent here meeting a radius. All right? I don't want to give you any answer. I want you to work it out, right? Then you will see two radii here. So you know whatever triangle is that? Isosceles. Some of you all said you see the side quadrilateral. You might also see one chord here, and it forms two triangles. Right? So that's rule number 5. Okay, and I think that's all they might need to work it out. So those are the 4 that they wanted to get. Those are the 4. Write it down. Write down the 4 they wanted to get, and normally that's the perfect order to go in. Write down the 4 they wanted to get, and then we're going to back the diagram and working it out. Write down the 4 you want to get. Right, so you want to get E, H, F. So that's the first thing we're going to get. You want to get F, G, H. You want to get G, H, E. And you want to get G, G, H. Right? I don't know if I remember, I told you I'm going to do slightly harder questions today, right? I'm not going to do much easy ones, right? I'll do some easy ones. We'll do the hard ones today. Nice. So take a look at it. Where is E, H? Where is E, H, F? Right? And you'll see the rule you're going to use. What's the rule you're going to use? Right? Rule number 7. For the first 2 questions, write down the rule for many words. The others, you just go to them. Okay? So you then rule 7. Right, right, you have to write the law as well, right? Two tangents meet the same chord, forming a triangle. Triangle is isosceles. Okay? Triangle is isosceles. And then should have been working. So hopefully by now you gave them this. 180 minus 44 divided by how much is that? How much? 16. Right? So write down here is 68 and write down here is 68. Always put as much information that you could put, right? So we know both sides are 68. Remember today's exam, so my advice here, add back up 68, 68, and 44 and make sure you get 180. You don't want to lose triple marks, right? People with sharp calculators, remember to put a bracket around here when you're working it out, right? Put a bracket around there when you're working it out. Eight is a tangent to the here. To go it. Which one? What's the next one? F. The next one is FGH. Right? So the next is here. There's a rule that we missed that we could use there. Instead of working the whole thing out, there's a rule that we can use that we missed. What rule is that? Rule number what? There's a rule that we can use that will help us work on that, right? I'll give you a hint. Look at the triangle. Look at the triangle. And tangent. See that? So we can use rule number 6, the alternate segment rule. That's okay? So if down there is 68, what FGH? 68, right? See that? See that? You know, see that? You see the triangle in red? You see the tangent? Right? Look at where it's 68. So based on this rule, if here is 68, here is also 68. If here is 68, here is also 68. All right? As the alternate segment rule. Next, go ahead. Find JHE. JHE. So when that whole big angle there, GAT. Right? GAHE. Right, let's go. JHE are changed into blue, right? JHE is here. That's okay? So we already have 68. We gotta get in that class, right? But really easy. What you tell me? I'll give you a little help, Jeremy. Look at OH. OH is a what? A radius, a tangent, a radius. You feel so? Follow it now. Follow. OH is what? So OH is a radius. OH is a radius, and H is a what? Tangent, right? So you know what I used to make my students do before? What I used to make them do is take the question and write down radius first. So look at the diagram and write down all the radii here. So you can take a pencil and just highlight all the radii. Right? And then if you highlight all the radii, you might be able to see rule number 2, rule number 8, and well, sometimes rule number 1. Okay? Right. So the angle J, oh wait, did I work out FGH? FGH was 68, right? Right, GHE, what's the answer? 19, because of tangent meets a radius. Right, tangent here, sorry, radius there, tangent here. That's okay? And then everybody okay with that? Yeah? What's the last one? J, G, H. Where is that? J, G, H, right here. What rule is that? That's angle, right? Angle is not semicircular, 90, right? So that's 90. Really easy, right? Everybody okay with that? David, easy? Right, make sure you have the rules next to all of them, huh? If you don't write it today, there's a chance it might write it Friday, right? Write the rule. Right, going again. Let's go again. I'm giving you one more. Here's what. So you want to draw diagrams? Write down this. Write down those points, then I will see a diagram. Write down what you have to find. Write down ABC, ACD, CAD, OEA. All right, I'm putting it now. Go ahead. Identify all the key method. Key method, right? Identify your radii first. Identify all your rules and then start working it out. Yeah, but this one is last one. Last one is when you read answer, right? Please start with format this. Right. And I'm ready for the ADC. ADC. ADC really. Yes. Yeah. Right, I extended it way too long. There's 2.5 hours break, 2 hours break, and then 3 after that, right? First break is around start and early. Right, break is half past 1 hour long. All the other breaks are 45 and then. You cannot leave by without inside here. No. Right? Okay, it was what, 19? Yeah. Okay, it was what? So, give it. That's a before. That's before. See? Yeah. One way there. That's the answer, right? But what Nathan was saying, right, is that the line COA is a straight line, correct? So if part of the line is 72, the next part is what? 180 minus, here is what? Here is 180 minus 72. Correct? So therefore, that is 108, but they didn't ask for that. They asked for the angle at C, right? What kind of triangle is that? Isosceles, right? So do you think, work it out? Yeah, you have to show them the working as well, right? So show them this 180 minus 108 divided by 2. Show them the working, right? I think the answer is 36. Yeah. So writing is 36 here. Right? So the reason will be, right? OCD is isosceles, right? And the angle at COD is 108. And then show them the working here. Show them that working. That's okay? Sometimes the working is the reason. Alright? Could it be number 3? Angle at the center. And I don't like it. Right? Coincidental. If they have a review, right? So we got 36. Now they want CAD. Let us see. Yeah.
I see what you do.
Right. Yeah. Some more waiting. So she said, O1E. What is happening? Right. O1. One A. Okay, you mean that they are already okay. So you want to get CAD here, right? Nice.
Yes.
180 man. Right. Very good. 54. Or we could have done something else. Yeah, but that could work. That's good. Take off your headphones too. Yeah. What else we could do? Right? You all see the big triangle? Right? So therefore here could also be 180 minus 36 minus 90, which is 54. But I like yours as well. Right? That could work as well. Okay?
So wait, explain that one more time.
So your reason, do the one I just did?
Yeah.
CAD is a right angle triangle.
Yeah.
So C is 36. So A will be 90 minus 36 or 180 minus.
Yeah.
The rule for ACD. Last one, CAD was 54, right? And it has two ways, right? You can use the whole triangle, BCA, right? And that's minus of 180, or you can use the small triangle 280. Are you okay with that? Yeah. And last one.
didn't understand how I get it.
Next one, 80 degrees. Okay. So the angle A is 90. You all see that? Angle A is 90. Right? Angle A is 90, and then you can use the triangle, this little triangle here. Right? And minus from 7. I mean minus from 1 Everybody okay with that? Yeah, one more. Everybody okay with that? Right, next one, you gotta put in reason, right? Let's work it out. This one's gonna be a little bit hard, right? What? Right, next one. Let's go again. Right, please remember in exam you have a minute a mark, right? Generally around a minute a mark, right? I'll check it back and see. I think one change to 1 point. Every mark, you have 1.5 minutes to it. So if it's 5 marks, you have 5 by 1.5 minutes. Some questions will take the full 1.5 minutes, some will take a little bit. Yes, some you'll finish around fast, because it's back there. Right, next one a little bit harder. And we're doing this. We are hard this one here. This one's already hard. Okay. Alright, next one. Just work it out. You don't have to write the reason. Right? You don't have to write the reason. Just work it out, right? Yeah. Work it out all three and then we'll correct it. Work it out. If you have time for your read, you have. I don't have the theory. right? While you're drawing or while you're looking at it, check and see what shapes, right? You should see a tangent and a radius. You should see isosceles. You should see a sine quadrilateral, right? You should see angle the center, twice the angle the circumference. Look for them, right? That is BOE.
We're trying to.
If you order it now, it will not be on time. It starts in back, it's not a great finish. Oh yeah, 2 minutes again, Nick. Alright, let's go. One more, then a question, right? Right. What is this here? BOE. Right, BOE. Right, where is BOE? Right here. So the angle here is 20, and the angle here is 180 minus 20 plus 20, and I got 140. Yep. Right, so the first thing is saying OAB is a right angle triangle. I mean, isosceles, and then you work it out. Right, do your working under the right piece, right? Next one, OED. OE, where is D? That's right here, right? OED is there. Yes. OED. You're saying that? Watch. O to E to D. Right? So we need the angle there. Any ideas? Watch here. You'll see rule number 6. Rule number 6. My advice is as soon as you see paper, look for rule number 6. This is one of the hardest to see. Right? So look for rule number 6. It is there. Right? Watch it good. Here is your tangent. Here is your triangle. You're seeing it? So the angle here, which is 42, is equal to the angle here. You're seeing that? What's the triangle and what's the tangent? You're seeing that? The triangle is BDE. You're seeing that?
Yeah.
Right? And the angle 42 is equal to the angle here. So the answer is what? The answer is 22. 42 minus 20. 22. Huh? What's the rule? Alternate segment rule, right? That's the hardest rule to see sometimes.
Can you take it away? I can do it all through yourself. See, I didn't.
Right? And it will be in blue, right? Right, last one. Last one, BFP. Right? BFP, right here. What the rule we used in there earlier? Yes. What's the angle there? Anybody? Right? So watch this here. This one here, you have to use BOE. Here is how much again? 140, right? So how much is here? How much is there? 70. And you're saying that side quadrilateral now? So if here is 70, here is 180 minus 70, which is 110. Very good. One. All right, no. Next topic. Huh? I'm not useful. Right? So here, there's 140. Look at two numbers. There's how much?
Yeah.
There is 70. Right? All right, next. Next, after you all choose the circle theorem, the next thing you all studied like was
Variance.
no, I'll leave check them pairs after. The next thing that you all studied didn't like was vectors again. Are you okay, vectors? Vectors, all right, let's go.
So why didn't we not come? I didn't have come for it.
Why didn't they come first? All right, let's go. Let's look over vectors. Right, so first thing we have to know how to write a position vector. A position vector, you just write it vertically, right? So if I give it 3, 5, right? A position vector OP is you write 3 and then 5. How do you represent PO? PO is what? Right? PO is just change the sign, right? Change the signs, right? So it becomes -3, -5. Right? The first thing is a small error, right? How do we add vectors? All we have to do is add the x values, add the y values, and you'll get this. Right? How do we subtract vectors? Same thing. Subtract the x, subtract the y. Are you okay with that? Next, how do we multiply vectors? If I tell to multiply OP by 2, multiply 2 by 3, 2 by 1, and you get 6. So you're multiplying 2 by both values. Are you okay with that? How do you multiply 2 vectors now? To multiply 2 vectors, you multiply the x values, then you multiply the y and add them. For example, 4, 1 multiply by 2 minus 3. So the answer be there. What's the answer here? 4 by 2 is 8. 1 by -3 is -3, then you add them. So you're gonna get 5. Add the x, sorry, multiply the x, multiply the y, and add them. Okay, that's called the scalar product or dot products. Here's where we generally have some problems. Right, remember, it's just the alternate route from where you start to where you finish, Jeremy. Jeremy, find BC at in my place. Yeah, Jeremy. No, no multiply. Find BC. That's B to A plus B to C. Right, so you have to find the alternate route from B to C. So you're going B to A and then A to C. So remember that? Are you okay with that? Right, do my favor, Connor, find AC. Come on. AC is what? Very good. A to B plus B to C. Nice. What would happen if I told you? What would happen if I told you that a point D is such that B to D to C is 1 to 2? Right? Where is D? Where is D? Closer to B or to C? To which one? Right. So here is 1/3 of the way, here is 2/3. Remember that? Right? So you gotta put it as a ratio, right? So therefore, D is somewhere here. Here is 1/3 of the way, and here is 2/3 of the way. That's okay? So if I ask you find AD, what you'll do? If I ask you to find AD, what will it be? A to B, and then B to D, which is 1/3 of the whole line. Everybody okay with that? So a proper diagram is important, right? What's the next way? The next way as well. A to C, and then C to D. Right? There are two rules that we need to remember. Parallel vectors are multiples of each other. For example, if I gave you 2, 1 and 4, 2, those two vectors are parallel. Okay? And how do we show collinear? To show collinear, you have 2 steps. Show that A, B, and B, C. Oh, what does collinear mean again? Collinear means that it's all in a straight line. That's okay? Collinear means that it's all in a straight line. So to show it, we need AB. AB is parallel to BC, and then you have to add up AB and BC and show it equal to that. Collinear didn't come for a while, right? But you still need to know it, right? So you need to be able to show something collinear. So you need to find AB, you need to find BC, show it parallel, and then add them up and show it equal to AC. All right? We're going straight into some vectors. I'm going to give you one that's collinear in it, although it did not come for a while, right? Yeah. Tell me. Try this here, please. Try this here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, do that is.
Come on, Peter, come on, I do it. So, yeah. Bernie best in one night. Biscuit tea? Stopping coffee. Yeah. All the topics that we doing here compulsory, right? You will see that. You will see vectors, you will see matrices, you will see theorems. You know, that's really number one is minus 2 and And if you're not seeing, remember you can log into this Zoom, right? Right, use the username password and log in to this Zoom. Right, go ahead. Right, remember to write up on your diagram next right? Put into A, put into B. Right, so on your diagram, you should have a few things, right? You should have O to A, that's this whole thing here, is 2A. You should have O to B, that's this whole thing here, 2B. Question said P is the middle, so that means here's half for the whole thing, here's half. It said Q in the middle as well, here's half, here's half. Right, put your arrows in the right direction and take. And then take your time to find AB. Find your alternate route from A to B. We are half of the whole line. The whole line is 2A. But and it's half of the whole line? Yes. Right, quick. It's all from the value. Yeah, what? Yeah, it's half of it. Yeah, but
is Peter minus 2 equals minus 2 equals minus 2
you make it like Hey, Greg, promotions. Alright, let's work it out. Right, let's start. Right, if you're confused, stop my right, because it's real simple. Right, you're okay with diagram, you're okay with half of the arrows. Right, the only thing I should have put was instead of a half, I should have put a half of 2A. A half of 2A. So here's A and here's A. That's okay? Otherwise, it mix up and think it's a half. The half of the whole line. And the whole line is 2A. Right? So let's do A to B mirror. A to B is what? Start not A. A to O and then O to B. Right? Whenever you go against the arrow, what's happen? Minus sign, right? So that'll be minus 2A. And then I go in with OB and I will get 2B. Everybody okay with that? The arrow is important, so you will know when you go against the arrow, the sign will change. Right, question. They want us to find P to Q. Is there a line connecting P and Q? No. I like to draw the line connecting P and Q. Now look at the triangle connecting PQ to something else. Right? And I want some help. I want some help to find PQ. Let us pick Alyssa. Alyssa, PQ is what? Peter A and then A to Q. Right, nice. Peter A is with the arrow, so that's small a. A to Q is what? Half of the whole thing. So it's half of AB. Alright? So I have to find half of AB, half of minus 2A plus 2B. So I'll be left with A minus A plus B. So I got B as my answer. Have you okay with that? What one? Tell me what one there. Huh? I got B as my answer for PQ. How? So remember, PA is A. Voila. All right. So you're basically get the same thing. You'll get E. You'll get minus A plus 2B minus. No, that's minus. What's the arrow? You found AB. Right? Right. And what's the relationship? Two relationships between OB, which is, so we know that OB is equal to 2B, and we know that PQ is B. What we can say about them? They are parallel because they are multiples of each other, and what else? What else they can say? One is twice the other. You're seeing that? Yeah. Right? So the two geometric relationships are, they are parallel, number one. They are parallel, number one. And number two, OB is twice PQ. Okay? OB is twice PQ. Enough? Yeah. No. Right, but that don't mean it. So you could draw two lines that are not parallel, that are twice the length of the form. So that don't mean it's parallel. Right, so number one, parallel. Number two, OB is twice as big as PQ. Right? Let's go again. Next one. Are you okay with that? Last one, no diagram. Last one, no diagram. You have to proceed in diagram, right? Oh yeah, draw that there. What again? Move P, right? You can draw a random diagram, that's not perfect. And yeah, that's later on. That's right. Try that, please. In fact, I should take off my diagram and give you your own thing. I don't want to help you. Oh yeah, try that, yeah. Draw a little diagram to help you, right? Yeah, drawing diagram out. Time, huh? Taking time, this one a little bit different. A little bit different. They give it PR this time. They gave it PR and you can easily find. Well, then, don't forget that if they give you a 0.27, for you spin a point into a position vector, right? Just write it vertically. Okay, so just write 27 vertically. Hurry up, I'll give you a few minutes. This one a little odd, right? Because they didn't give you OR, the way it's a word called OR. Right, but I gave you a collinear. So when you take your time, look over these steps to find collinear. Oh yeah. Yeah, you don't have to cut it, but if you want to do all this scale and cut it, it's up to you. I see it a little bit more accurate, right?
OP 27. Yeah. So OR is OP plus PI. That is 6 4. Yes, I accept the circle. Give me 4. No. Oh, wait, yeah, I want my cheese. Yeah, I was cheese. I was cheese. I get cheese. Even, and yeah.
Alright, let's go. Right, so number one, you have P. Right, my diagram is not accurate. I just draw it out. Right, so what is P? Right, that would be about this. Sorry. You have R and LS, right? So you have P, R, O, S, and then connect them up here. So first thing first, OP is what? OP is 27. That's okay? OP is 27. Right? And you're writing vertically. O to R, I am starting at O, I'm going to P, and then I'm going P to R. So that would be O to P plus P to R. O to P is 27, and P to R is 4 minus 3. So that would be 6 4. That's okay? It will be 6 4. Right now they want you to get R to S. So R to S will be R to O plus O to S. R to O will be minus 2 minus 7. And O to S will be 14 minus 2. So I got 12 minus 9. R to O is I write the wrong thing? Push up. So yeah, that's that. I write the wrong thing for R to O. Sorry. R to O is that's minus 6 minus 4. Right? So I will get 8 minus 6. That's okay? 8 minus 6. Alright, sorry about that. Right. How are we showing collinear now? What is the rules? Right? Number one, we have to show that PR is parallel to RS. Okay? Are they parallel? Do we have PR? So let's check out PR and RS. PR is what? Where is PR? Where is PR? Right. PR is 4 minus 3. And RS is what? 8 minus 6. So if I multiply this by 2, I'll get 8 minus 6, which is RS. Right, so the parallel. You're okay with that? They are parallel. So we have RS, we have PR, and where is the last one? PS. Did we find PS? No. Right, so the last rule is what? The last rule is PS is equal to PR plus RS. So we need to go and find what's what we're doing. The first step is to show that two paths parallel. Based on my diagram, I'm showing that PR is parallel to RS. Right? That was easy. Now for the hard, now for the long part. We already have PR, we already have RS. So I need to get the whole thing now. PR, right? Can I find, so I have RS here, I'm going to go. I have PR here, but I do have PS. So to get PS, I'm going P to O and O to X. Are you okay with that? Watch it good. I want to get PS, so I'm going P to O, so I'm going here, then I'm going here. P to O is what? P to O is minus 2 minus 7. And O to S is what? 14 minus 2. So when I add them up, I am getting 10 minus 9. That's okay? Right? Collinear, those two things are doing that. I want to show it parallel and another. Oh yes, thanks for that's 12. Right, 12. Thanks. And last part, I'm going to add up PR and I'm going to add up RS. It's a little bit long, right? Right? But the last step is to add PR. PR is 4 minus 3. And RS, where's RS? RS is 8 minus 7. And when you add them, what you get in? 12 minus 9. That's okay? Right? So I want to review this because some of you are looking like you never see it in your life. Yes. Right? What shall we go here? No, I'm going to see the board so you understand what to do in general. Oh, am I right? Look at them. I want to show you something on the board, right? So you understand the concept of collinear. Right? It didn't come for the past few years, but I just want to show you in case. Time going slow, that's good. Alright, what's this here? Watch here. Right. I want you to understand the concept of collinear, right? You understand parallel, right? Parallel means that these two are multiples of each other. That's okay? Collinear means that these things lie on the same line. Right? These three lie on the same line. So I can use any letter, it don't matter. Right? But here's what you need to show. Right? Next to then. So watch in here. Watch here. Right? We need to show that they are collinear. Right? To show collinear, you have to prove that these 3 points are on the same line. Are you okay with that? So here's what you're looking at. You're looking firstly to say that if I find AB and if I find BC, these two should be parallel. So this should be a multiple of this. That's okay? So you need a diagram, right? You need to know which one in the middle and so on, right? Everybody okay with this? That makes sense? Yeah? No, yeah. Well, it's not enough that. Right? And last thing, this is the one that seems hard, but real simple. For me to get this whole length here, and I have to add up here and here. Yeah? So if I take AB and I add BC to it, I am supposed to get AC. That's all you're doing. You check in to see if these parallel, and then you check in to see if you add them up, you'll get the whole length. That's all we did just now. Are you okay with that? So if you see collinear in the exam, Jeremy, what are you gonna do? If you see collinear, after your diagram, split it up. Show that this parallel to this. Show that when you add this to this, you will get that. Just do an example. So look it over. So look over the last one, right? Right, before I give you a break, I want to show you a few things in matrices. Right? So I want you to look over how to multiply matrices, how to find the inverse, and how to solve them simultaneously. All right? So I'm gonna do a couple examples here for you. Right? For those who can do it first. Come, let me make it now. Right. How do we multiply matrices? We have to always remember row by column. But before you do that, right? Before you do that, right? How you just check and see if Jeremy excuse explain something in. Watch here now. Right? Right? So before you do that, you have to make sure something is conformable. What that means is that the number of columns must be equal to the number of rows. Okay? You have to remember that, right? So the number of columns here is 2, number of rows here is 2, they equal, so you're good to go. Right? So you can do something like this. 2 by 2 by a 2 by 2. Once these two numbers are the same, your resultant answer, right? Your resultant answer will be a 2 by 2. So you're going to get 2 rows and 2 columns. I like to put little dots here to remind you that you need to get 4 values, right? How do we multiply now? You always multiply rows in the first matrix by all the columns. Row by all the columns. That's okay? Please remember, the first row will always give you the answers for the first row here. The second row will give you the answers for the second row. Right? How do we multiply? We multiply row by column. 1 by -3, 2 by 12, and then add them. That's the first value, right? Yeah? Oh, the first row will give you the answers for the first row. The second row will give you the answers for the second row. Okay? So I'm going to multiply this row by these 2 columns and I'll get these 2 answers here. So row by column, that's this. Row by column, 1 by 2 is 2. 2 by 0 is 0. Then row by column again. 4 by -3, that's -12. 1 by 2 is 2, then add them. Row by column again, 4 by 2 is 8, 1 by 0 is 2. So we're going to end up with 1, 2, -10, 8. Okay, that's the way you multiply. I want to show you how to find the inverse quickly. Right, the way to find the inverse is 1 over the determinant. If I find the determinant again, multiply 1 by 1, 2 by 4, and you'll get out, right? 1 minus 8. That's okay? And then you multiply it by the adjoint. Forget the adjoint again. Switch those two and change the signs of those two. That's okay? And that's it. Finish. All right? Last part, how do we solve simultaneously? Yeah. Yeah, I'll run to it. What? You're okay with this? So it's 1 over determinant, this by this minus this by this. And then here, switch A and the D. There's A, B, C, D. Switch these two and change the signs in. Okay? So how do we solve simultaneously? Well, simple, right? Put all of these here, all the coefficients there. Don't forget the sign. 5 minus 4, 3, 2. Multiply it by the variables x and y. It could be any letter. It could be P and Q. It could be M and N. It don't matter. And then make it equal to the answer, 1, 5. And then find the inverse of this. And then multiply it by this. Right? So I'm going to find the inverse here. The inverse here is what? 10 minus 12. Okay? 5 by 2, 10. This by this is minus 12, and you minus the number. Okay? And then here, we switch the values, 2 and 5, change the signs. Becomes 4 and minus 3. There's no need to multiply it out, leave it like that. Okay? And then last step to find the answer, we multiply this, which is 1 over 22, minus and minus up plus, right? Here is 2, 4 minus 3, 5. And you're multiplying this by the answer, which is 1, 5. And multiplying by this, which is 1, 5. No. And then you have to multiply, yeah? Not yet. Don't multiply the fraction as yet because then you have to work with fractions. So leave it like that and then multiply and then bring in the fraction. Yeah? Now you can leave the answer as 1 and minus 7. Right? 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 I just want to show the multiplier first. I want to show you how to multiply. So it's 1 on 22 by row by column. Row by column. 2 by 1 is 2. 4 by 5 is 20. Minus 3 by 1, 5 by 5. So you're multiplying 1 on 22 by this. That's 1. 1 on 22 by this, which is 1. That's okay? 3 steps. Step number 1, write in matrix form. Step number 2, find the inverse. Step number 3, multiply the inverse by your answers. That's okay? If you don't have the summary, please get the summary. I'll give it to you if you don't have it, right? Summary of all the steps, you have to learn those things. Right? All right. So that's the way you multiply, right? Row by column. Make sure you know the steps to find the inverse. And I can't help you with the next part. You have to learn the matrices for transformation. All right. We'll try one, then I'll give you another. Alright, let's go again. Next one, guys, please. Right, if you finish, okay, if you lost format. Right, remember these things that come false, right? Right, step one, solve that in. So it's in the form, solve it. Oh yeah, put it in the form and solve it. Follow these steps. Follow these steps, and then we take up with. Yes. Now, normally you get whole numbers, eh? Normally. Two by one. Right, so you're supposed to have this, right? 3, 2, 5, 4 xy minus 1, 6, right? Go ahead, find the inverse. Let's see what you got. Right, see the whole numbers. Get nice whole number. Right? Okay, whole numbers. Run it.
We get two. I get minus 9, 7.5. Region. Region, I get it. Pass away.
Okay, but we have the right, I think that decimal for one of them, right? That's not
That's very wrong.
Yeah, I mean, so if you want that's
Almost done. All right, last one here. So step number 1, find the inverse. That'll be 1 over 12 minus 10. 4, 3 minus 2 minus 5. Correct. So you're gonna get 1 on 2. You're gonna put the inverse. You're gonna put the inverse. Right? Right? And then multiply the inverse by minus 1 6. So I got row by column. I got minus 4 minus. Yeah, I got minus 4 minus 12. So you got minus 16. Yeah. And next one is what? 5 plus 18. So I got 16 over 2 and 23. Sorry, minus 16 over 2 and 23 on 2. So I got minus 8, 11.5. Okay. All right. Take a personal break. Yeah, 1 hour.
Right, so I will my friend, right? Water, keep it. Water, water.
I think I can't drink it.
I'll make us some. I everything. I'm going to share it. These are you. Oh, yeah, you
All right, let's go now here. Right, so we are going with tricks now, right? And let's pass along this list here. That's the name coming up here. That's the name. I don't need nothing else. Right. So I want to review tricks, right? All the rules for tricks generally around two main things. What are they? Right? Generally around right angle triangles and non-right angle triangles, right? So it's kind of around those two little things, right? Right. The good thing is that they give you these formulas on the front sheet, but you have to know when to use them. So you have right angle triangles. Right here, if here's theta, here's hypotenuse, here's opposite, here is adjacent. Right? So if it's a right angle, we know that hypotenuse squared is opposite squared plus. Right? Sin theta is what? Sin is nice. Cos is what? Adjacent over. And tan is what? That's okay? So those are all the rules. Please remember, I saw this in a year where they asked you what was tan theta. Tan theta was sine over cos. If you divide these two, you'll get this, right? Just pay attention to that. Right, look at this here. Here we have a non-right angled triangle, right? Here is E, here is B, here is the length C. And the angle C is there. Suppose I want to find C. What's the rule I'm going to use? Right, cosine rule, right? When do we use cosine rule? Two lengths and an angle in the middle. Or you have three lengths. So cosine rule is generally when you have more lengths than angles. Okay? Right? If you have two lengths and an angle in the middle, cosine rule. If you have three lengths and you want to find an angle, cosine rule. Formula is c squared is equal to a squared plus b squared minus 2 ab cosine c. The angle and this length opposites, right? That's okay? Those two are opposites. Right? So as I said, whenever you have two lengths and an angle in the middle, or if you have more lengths than angles. Okay? If you have more lengths than angles. Right? That's cosine rule. You write down in the book now. And next one is what? If you have the length and opposite angle, right? Length and opposite, then you use sine rule. Okay? Sine rule is the length over sine of A is equal to B over sine of B, or C over sine of C. Right? When you use them is when you have you use them whenever you have length and the opposite angle, length, opposite angle. That's when you use them, right? Okay? Length and opposite angle, length and opposite angle. If you have two lengths and the angle in the middle, cosine rule. You okay with that? Right? So these are the rules that you have to learn to use. Non-right angle triangles, these two. Right? Right angle triangles. right? You all may or may not know, but you can use these two for everything. Right angle triangles as well. Okay? You can use this for everything. Right. So the applications of here,
You can use it as,
yeah, you can use the same thing. This will be 90 degrees. Right? Same thing here. Just as for any right angle. So if you use it well good, you're going to learn it. Just use it. Right? Two applications of this, besides in triangles, the two applications are what? Bearings and what? Angles of elevation and pressure. What are the rules of bearings again? What are the rules for bearings? Right? You always draw, you do your cardinal points. You always draw a bearing from the north in a clockwise direction. Okay? So you always go from the north in a clockwise direction. Okay? So let's say we have B is on a bearing of 120 degrees from A. Right? Yeah. Right? So B is on a bearing of 120 from A. So where am I starting? A or B? B is on a bearing of 120 from A. So it means we're starting at A. How do I measure bearings? Start from north and go in a clockwise direction. Here is 90, 120 is about here. Stop your arrow. Where you stop, draw a line right here. Right? Here's one important, right? When you stop at the point B, right? When you stop at the point B, put in all the angles. Here is 120. So how much is here? 180 minus that, which is 60. If here is 60, how much is here? Right? Put in all the angles one time. If here is 60, then here will be 30, here will be 30, and so on. That's okay? So they will give you a shape. You have to put in all the angles. How you draw bearing? You draw bearing from the north in a clockwise direction. Right? You will get a nice triangle. Most of the times, it's cosine rule you have to use, then sine. Most of the times. Right? But based on your diagram, you can figure out which route to use. Everybody okay with that? Yeah. Next thing that we need to remember is elevation and the pressure. All you have to be able to do is to draw your diagrams. Most of the time, these form right angle triangle. Right? Elevation is if you're on the ground and you look up, that's the angle of elevation. Okay? So the angle you look up at from the ground, that's elevation. Depression is if you stand here and you look down, this angle here is the angle of depression. Elevation, looking up. Depression is looking down. Okay? And these things will form triangles that you're going to have to use the rules for. Okay? So we're going to attempt a triangle first, and then we're going to do a bearing and a pressure. That's okay? After this break is the exam, right? So I'll give you a little time to their food digest and see if you have them. But I'm gonna give you the next break. After that break, is your exam for 20 minutes. I didn't put the whole paper. Right, so I'm gonna give that paper and you're gonna do it and we're gonna correct it one time. Right? Next break is probably after right, please remember that if you want, it have free water in there, coffee and ramen, right? Yeah. Me? Sure. All right, copy that down, and we're going straight into that question. No, no, no. Right? Também vai. Peguei aqui a quando ele tem. Try that, please. Take your time. Question, right? Try that there.
Why we get three last? Right now, Esto que no te lo se va a decir.
Alright, let's go.
You always see you're gonna be around 124, right? And if you do that, you have to put
También become the shape properly. I'll show you one. Right, watch here. RS. RS belongs to here. Right, I have length, opposite angle, and I want to find the opposite length. Which rule is that? Sine rule, right? You're seeing why, right? And next way to look at it is if you have more angles than lengths, it's normally be sine rule, right? So it will be x over sine 48 is 7 over the opposite angle, which is sine 60. That's okay? How do we solve that? Cross multiply and solve. X sine 60 is 7 sine 48. X is equal to 7 sine 48 over sine 60. And you'll get RS. How much is that? Make sure you can't get 10 degrees, right? What is that? 6. Right? And then they want the angle QTS, that's right here. So we have, look at the triangle it belongs to. QTS, we have 8, we have 10, and we have 7. So the rule we're going to use here is, which one? We have more length than angle, so we're using cosine rule. I want to take your time and solve that. Right? You have cosine rule and work it out. Try that, please. Take your time, you use cosine rule. I'm going to see how you get angle. So remember the angle and the 7 will be opposite to each other, right? So on the outside we'll have 7 squared, and on the inside we'll have 8 squared and 10 squared. Right? Remember the 8 and 10 must make the angle. That's okay? So 8 and 10 making theta. So that will be A and B. And C will be the opposite, right? So that 8 squared plus 10 squared minus 2 by 8 by 10 cosine C. Do not put that straight in the calculator. This is one term, and otherwise to mix it up.
Here's how you can work it out, right? Do it part by part. 7 squared, 49. 8 squared, 64. 10 squared, 100. 2 by 8 by 10 is 160 cosine C. Right. What's your way of working it out, right? But okay, so far, we just squared. I do nothing fancy as that. This is 1 2. You have to add that, right? So that'll be 49 is equal to 164 minus 160. One mistake here is that we minus 160 and 164, which is wrong. Right? This entire thing here belongs together. So you move across the 164 first. So you'll get 49 minus 164 minus 160 cosine C. So I move across the 164 first. And then I'm going to work out that. How much is 49 minus 164? So you get 115. 115. Right. Now we can divide both sides by minus 160. Right? And then move across cosine and you're done. So you're going to get C to be equal to cosine inverse 115 over 160. I want to show you again on the board, right? This is important to find the angle, right? How much is that? What? 44? 44 degrees. Right? I want to show you again on the board. Right, watch this here. Those who confused. Next to our comment lesson now. So here is 49. This is one term. This is one term. This is one term. That's okay? You cannot separate it, right? This is one term here. When you work out here, that's 49. When you work out here is 164. When you work out here is 160 cosine C. Now you can move this here. So you'll get 49 minus 164 equal to this, and you can move that one time. All okay with that? So I did it. I treat this as one and I move it across, and then I move across after. That's okay? Copy it down. Let's go on next one.
Who is that? Who is that?
I like you again. No one gets in there. No one gets there for sure. You have your phone. Alright, let's go again. Parents time. Let's go here. Right, you need your phone for the exam also make sure it's start, right? The exam you'll get. Oh yeah, go again. Take your time, right? So take the shape and put in all the angles, right? Oh yeah. Try that, please. Oh yeah. Papa. Come on, hurry up, we'll go that pass and quick. Put in all the angles, right? Put in all the angles. Hurry up. Right now, guys, check out the diagram. Right? Let's see how the diagram looking. So a ship leaves port A and sails 52 kilometers on a bearing of 44. So where do I put 44? From the north in a clockwise direction, correct? So up here is 44. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. You have to draw the line down here. Okay? What would the angles be right here? That would also be 44, right? Alternate angle rule, right? So here will be 44. If you don't do that, then you will have problems finding the other pieces. That's okay? Then the ship changes course to port C 72 kilometers away on a bearing of 105. Where do I put 105? From north all the way down to the line, right? From the north all the way down here. That is 105. So how much is here? 180 minus 105. So that is 75. Is that okay with that? Now, can we find ABC? And that's the whole angle in the middle there. So ABC will be 44 plus 75. Right? How much is that? 119. Nice. Go ahead, find AC now. What do we have there, Jeremy? Yeah, tell me what we have there. What should we gonna use here? Wait, when you done? I think it's power. How we doing? Very good. I record it. Yeah. What is that there? Why? You have two lines on the angle in the middle, right? Go ahead. Find part 3 and 4. Because you have two lines on the angle in the middle. You have what you have? Tell me what you have. Tell me what you have. What you have in diagram? Middle. Which we get down? Two lines on the angle. Right? Take your time, use cosine rule and work it out. Two lines on the angle in the middle, right?
Oh, that's the power.
Watch this here. I know it does look real nice, right? I know you want to subtract it. It's looking like it needs to be subtracted, but it can't. This is one whole term, so you can't subtract these two things here, right? You have to work out this and you have to work out this and then subtract them if you want. All right. So let's take a look at this one here. Right? So when you use cosine rule, you have two lengths and the angle in the middle. So it will look like this. AC squared is equal to 52 squared plus 72 squared minus 2 by 52, 72 cosine 119. Right. When you put it in a calculator, put this part here in brackets, then put this part here in brackets and do it all at once. Okay? Cosine, just the way you see it. And then you find for AC. Right? You can put 18 and square root the whole thing. How much you all got? 107? 107 kilometers. You put the exact thing. 108. 107.3 and use the exact value. Right, so that'll be 107. Okay, that'll be 107. Right, we will still be 107. Yeah, with more than 0.5. It would have been 108. Right, so 107. You okay with that? Anybody getting trouble in the calculator? Put that in. Go ahead, do the next part, do the last part. Show that the bearing of A from C. So where you're starting from C, right? So in your book, draw the bearing and see what you have to find. I will do it just now. You want the bearing from C. Right? So you're drawing it from the northern C all the way until it reaches A. But there is something important that you need to remember, of course. Right? Let's ask some people some questions there. Yasha? Yasha, need some help here. Yasha, what angle is this here? What's it good? This one here. What's it good? Look at the zero. Very good. Here is 75. You will need that, yeah? You will need that help. Right? How do I draw the bearing, Anya? How do I draw the bearing of A from C? So I'm starting here and I'm going all the way there. So you need to find theta and then see how that will help you find the bearing. Try that there. You need to find theta and then use that to help you find the whole bearing. Okay? Time and theta.
Right? So you need to find theta. And when you find theta, that'll help you find the whole angle. Guys, right? So you have to use which rule? Sine rule now, right? Sine rule. Any answers? Yeah. Right, check it back. And this is finding pool vary, right? Right, remember the question is to find the variant, right? Right, let's see what you all got. Let's see what you all got, right? So part 4,
I write it in blue, right? I write it in blue. Part 4 is the length. So I am using this length here. It's the length over sine of the angle. I'm using this entire angle here. Is equal to, I'm using this length here, 52 over sine theta. Right? Why am I not using 72? Because 72 has no opposite angle, right? Cross multiply, and you'll get 107 sine theta is 52 sine 119. That's okay? And then carry it across and make theta the subject of the formula. So that will be sine inverse. That will be sine inverse 52 sine 119 over 107. How much y'all got there? Yeah, when you find the angle. 25. Okay. So that's 25. Now, how do I get all of this? How do I get all of that? Well, simple. It will be 360 minus 25 minus 75, which is equal to 260. Gradation. So you're trying to prove that 260, right? So you're minus on the 75 and 25. All right, let's go again. Let's go again. Up. The whole thing is 260. So you have to minus of this and this from 360. That's what you're trying to prove, right? Next one like it. Okay, Rob? What kind of
189 months.
okay, yeah. And then you were that might be. But it would help you find it. Yeah, we can do it like that for you. I just might. Let's go again. Under break. Next break is half 11 around there. Let's go again. Next one. Try this one here in full. Do your diagram, put in your values, right? Try that fast. That please. Next one. One next. Try that in.
Right, put in your angles, I want to see what you got. Then start working it out, right? Normally is what? What's the first rule is used? Normally it's cosine and then sine, right?
So right now we're going now get it and then curve it. Remember it is two and three and start it up. When you were part one already playing all the angles.
Right? Let's see how your diagram looks, right? So a ship travels from A on a bearing of 30. So 30 going here. Everybody okay with that? So how much is here? Right? Because it's east, right? Not Adrian. So watch here. You see how the question said it's east. Now you can assume that down here is 60. Okay? Do another line here because we might need it, right? How much is here? 30. Right, nice. Right. He is on a bearing of 90 kilometers away. So here's 90. Nice. It then travels to C. It then travels to C, which is due east. So we know here is 90. Right? 310 kilometers away. Everybody okay with that?
So your diagram, you have 90 on top, 310 underneath, and the angle in the middle. So what is the rule we're going to use here? Ijaz, what is the rule we're going to use here? Two lengths, angle in the middle, cosine. Go ahead.
We didn't see the one thing.
That's what.
Oh, you know, but they describe where C was. So it then travels to C, which is. Yeah, but it he travels to C, so he's telling you what C is.
But they're just telling you that's like going now.
It went from B to C, so it's telling you where C is.
Down it.
So the when sandal very more. Right? So they're telling you where the more lives you respect the school will come. Right? Go ahead. Use the rules here, work it out, work out part 3 and 4. So you work out part 1. You have to work out part 2 and then part 3 and then part 4. Right? And the hint is always cosine rule and then sine rule. Okay? Come here, work it out quick. Sine rule and then cosine rule. Sorry, cosine rule and then sine rule. So know what is A and B. What they are B and A and B are the two lengths. Length and angle. Okay. So A is one. Actually, and B is for the next line. Was big C. And the middle right, which is what is the yeah, David. No, you didn't take 60, sorry. Yeah, What the questions? Based on what the question. So any questions certainly there is my advice for you is to write what you get and then wrong. Write the exact value and then complete. Go ahead. Right.
Part 4, you can do it on it. Some of you all figure out part 2 and 3 and you get part 4. All right, let's go again. You're done? All right, let's check out your part 1. Right, so you want to get BC. So that'll be 90. Sorry. That'll be 90 squared plus 310 squared multiplied by 2 by 90 by 310 cosine 6. When you put it in the calculator and square root it, you'll get 270. All right. Next, let's go again. No, that's part 2. Part 3. You're okay with part 2? Right? Straight in the calculator and you'll get that, right? Are you okay? All right. Next rule is what? Part 3 is what? Part 3 is sine rule, right? Part 3, they want us to find the angle up here. I just rubbing this off. I don't need that. They want us to find theta. Right? You'll see the same kind of thing over and over. Find theta. And theta will be 310 over sine theta is equal to BC, which was 276. 276 over the opposite angle, which is sine 60. That's okay? Cross multiply and solve for theta. Right? Cross multiply, you'll get 276. Sine theta is 310 sine 60. Put in the calculator and you'll get theta is equal to sine inverse over 310 and most people have 77 degrees.
You okay with that? But again, it take your time and do the same thing over and over, right? Right. But that is part 3. You might help in Ariana. Oh wait, no, not Ariana. What's the name of this thing? Brielle. So the next thing you use Shana is Asha, like Brielle. Brielle, mouse now, please. The bearing of C from B. Where you started? Where you start like B or C, right? And then it going away to the line that gives the C, right? So tell me if this is correct. Yeah, right. How again that? Right, correct. Number here. Yeah, 77, right here. What? Yeah. So you say here is 43. Anybody have an idea? Get an idea. What's the name? Ethan.
Yeah, so by default in there is 30 degrees, so in parallel, so there will be 150 degrees, right? So 150 plus 77 minus 360 degrees.
Very good. So what you see here? Here's what you're looking at. If I draw a line here, sorry. If I draw a line here, right? What is the angle here? What's the angle there? And that'll be the same as this. And that'll be 60. And here is 90, right? That's okay. So if you add up all of this here and minus some 360, you'll get it. Right? I know some of you are tired already, yeah? But take a look at it, right? 360 minus 77 minus 60 minus 90. That's one option. The next option as well. What's your option, Amashana? What you did? Right, so the final answer is 46. Right? So what's it here writing in green, right? What's here writing in green? Sorry, for that example. Come on, look at what up? Alright, what's it here again? What's it here again? Right? That's different ways that we can do it. This whole angle here is 77. This angle here is 60. Because here and here equal 0, right? Or the angle rule. So here is 77, here is 60, and here is 90. So I minus all of them from 360 and I get 40. Right? Yeah. Pardon me? You got 75 to what? On, you didn't get 77. But the angle in the middle. Also, it's not 77. Oh, okay, 46. Oh, okay. Sorry. One.
Right, I get up.
123. Craig, we tell him 46.
How can we go 46?
All right, nice. Well, okay with that? Right. Take us 2 minutes, right? Tomorrow, okay. Take us 2 minutes and then go in again. All right.
See, come on, next thing. I can't teach you next year. No, right? Yeah, you teach it. You can. Okay. Well, this one, what are we? Yeah, but then oh, yeah, do this. This is one.
One minute.
You get bring out people in. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's you know? Well, if we just break down in what, right? I was not here. And Pisa yan, assistant here.
Oh, you're talking, sorry.
Now I'm going to.
Yeah, that's what,
Right, I go back one time. All again, all the break half past. It's not now. That's 2 minutes all again. I go again. Try that one there.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, let's go again, Olia. Next one here. Right here, we have an example of an angle of elevation. Right? Copy it down, draw a diagram. Let's see what's in here. Come on here. Try this here. All right, let's go all here because I'm gonna make all the bricks still half past, right? Right, look it out there. Right, they want the angle RTS. Right, that one is got to work out. Right. Connor, help me out there now. Connor, how are you going to get RTS? Huh? Huh? Yeah. Connor, how we getting the angle up here? Where you get 90? But here you need, right? But SPF and then find for that. All right, possible. What about here? Here's how much? There's how much? 140. And here is 22. So how much is here? 180 minus 140 minus 22. How much is that? 18? Nice. And how much is here? You can do that mentally. What is that? You can do what in your head? Nah, I'm more tablet. How much? 50. Right? So that's different ways you can do it, right? You have different ways you can do it. So RTS is equal to, we said 22. They want you to find ST. What the law we're going to use here, Kiran? Kiran, they want you to find ST. What are you going to use? Cosine, let's see. So we're using the right angle triangle, right? Right? We're using that right angle and they want us to find TS. Something more like? Right, but what triangle are you going to use? The triangle I draw in next one. Next triangle. So you're going to use this triangle. Right? You always do the triangle with more information, right? Go ahead. So the way to find here. So you're using sine rule. Sorry, sir. We have? No, sir. Oh, yeah. Sine rule, work it out and then find FT. Oh, yeah. I got you. Find the length ST. Right, use the sine rule, work it out. How fast there?
Correct.
Yeah. Right. So we're using that cross multiply and you'll get x to be equal to 150 sine 22 all over sine 18. How much is that? 100.8. Want to get up? Everybody else get up? Back your back now. I'm making sure. Want to get up? 2. Want to get 181? 181.1. Next one, FT. FT, to that please.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, FT is what? Let pick on somebody else. Let us pick on huh? Who's that? Next corner. What's his name, John? Brandon Ramnath. Brandon has mouth here now. Tell me which rule you want to use. Yeah. Right, you can use sine rule, cosine rule, it don't matter. Right, but what is here? You have hypotenuse. You have hypotenuse. You have your 40 here, and you want to find opposite. So you could use sine theta is opposite over hypotenuse, right? So that will be sine 40 is equal to ft all over 181 or 182. Cross multiply. One 182 sine 40. That's okay. How much is that? How much is that? 7. Alright, so I'm trying to find FT. The kind of triangle in blue.
You believe in that?
Alright, let's go again. What's the answer? 116.9. Right, last one. Watch this here. Fix the diagram, please. Take the info, fix the diagram. I'm gonna put it by somebody and they'll put it all come up. Oh yeah. Read the info, put in the elevation, right? Coming by random.
Gallery back day.
Diagram get past?
Hey, we do see anything like that? Yes. Right, so then
Right now there?
Maybe.
Oh yeah, it's only the auditing part, that's what's to be correct. Oh yeah, put in the angles and put in the lengths. I'm gonna zoom back in over there. There's only the part underneath. Just tell me, just take the info and fix the value. See the block diagram, put in all the angles. I remember elevation is looking up, right? So put in the angles of elevation for me and the RB. I remember the angle of elevation is from the horizontal to the line. That's in the back is coming for you. I want you to draw it. You just relax in the back there. Watch it. Watch this here. What you all take? Somebody doing it, right? Let's see. Keep going and put in the angle of elevation of T and from P. Which one will be the which one is the bigger one? The one that's going to P, right? Okay. So, PSA here is for the angle T. That'll be 35 degrees. And again, one little mistake. PSA here is 42 degrees. Right? Yeah, so the small thing in the middle is 7 if you need it. That's okay? So you're drawing it from the horizontal. Length here is 60 meters. That okay with that? Last part. How we find So Lisa, right? How we finding out FT? What should get, sorry, no, PT. What do you think? So you want to get what's this here, right? So you want to get here. Find plus. How you can find it? Look at this good. Could you find this whole line there? TV? Yeah? Can you find the whole length TV? And how you get PT? Get minus them, right? Oh yeah. Do that please. Do that please. Right? So find P to B using the big triangle. And then find T to B using the smaller. Sorry, sir. PT. Oh yeah. Right, so you're using tan, right? Because you have the angle and the hypotenuse. Right, so down to my please. The last one I wrote. Right? Right, so tan, so they use the tans, and they got 54 and 42, and they minus the values. And I got 12. Look at the small triangle. B, T, R. Yeah, they are 35. Yeah, but she's on 60. And you want to find out. So
Sorry, these are T. The small triangle and I draw PT. And the big triangle. And the same thing. Oh my God.
All right, so anybody got up 12 meters? Right, so you are using tan twice. You're using it here, using it here, and you're using it here. So you're using both triangles, then you minus it. All right? Huh? Yeah. Let's go to quadratics now.
Amen. Hallelujah. We can do this. I never
Do what? No, we do it now. Let's go again. Quadratics. Start afresh here.
Allnighter.
Craig, you're talking about let's take a little responsibility. Right? All right, so watch here, all here in the back, that's done. So we're going to take a look at the quadratic. All right, we're going to factorize it, we're going to solve it quick, and we're going to get all the things that we need to catch. You should be able to do this, right? Right, but I want to show you it. I want to show you all the steps. Let's start here. How do I know that's a quadratic? Highest power of x is? Highest power of x is 2. So please don't try and minus this and add it, right? There's a quadratic and we have to be able to factorize it. Can you tell me what is A? Can you tell me what is B? And what is C? A is how much? B is? And C is? Right. So the first thing we're going to try is factorization. So A by C is what? A by C is minus 3. Those who get lost fast, pay attention, right? All right? Tell me. And B is what? B is minus 2, right? Right, anyway, here, what two numbers when multiplied will give you minus 3, when added will give you minus 2. 3 and minus 1, minus 3 and 1. So when multiplied again this, when added again this. That's okay? What's the next step? Take off minus 2x on right? Minus 3x on 1x. And then factorize here. So I'll get 3x. Factorize here. I'll get x minus 1. What they have in common? And I'll be left with 3x on plus 1. That's okay? Right? Those are the steps you have to learn it. Okay? I just do a full example there for you. Right? This is how we factorize. Everybody okay with that? Can I take this now and solve it? Suppose I set equal to 0. What do I do? Right. If I have a product equal to 0, right? Product equals to 0. Right? So whenever product, let's say A multiplied by B is 0, it means that A is 0 and it means that B is 0. Right? So it means that these two things here are 0. Right? Turn up. Watch here, please. So X is how much? And X is? So in terms of the big sketch of the quadratic, what does that mean? You know what I mean? What do these two values mean? Or let's do right and rubbing it off. Right? What do these two values mean? Huh? These are called the x-intercepts. So if I were to draw a quadratic, if I were to draw this quadratic, it will cut the axis here at -1/3 and 1. That's okay? So these are called your roots or the x-intercepts. Remember that?
Yes.
Brandon, you remember that? Brandon, you remember that? You sure? So since you remember that, Brandon, how do I get the y-intercept, Brandon? What to do? The y-intercept is always going to be C. And Nuria, the y-intercept is always going to be C. Right? So the y-intercept is -1. You see that? Everything is from this so far, right? No major calculations as yet. Everybody okay with that? So how do I know it's a minimum? What do I look for? Yes, look for the A value. Right? Again, all is in the summary. Everything I said is from the summary. So A, if A is more than 0, then it is a minimum. That's why it's shaped like this. If A were less than 0, how would it be shaped, Rima? If A was more than 0, it would be shaped upside down. Right? It will be shaped like this. All right? One more thing we need. Nuria, what's the one more thing we need on this graph? Line of symmetry, okay, but something else. Turning point. We need a special point here called the turning point. The turning point is minus h and k. What's the formula for h? H is what? B on 2a, and k is what? Right? So I have B, I have A. So that's -1/3. That's okay? And I have C, A, and H. C is -1. A, I found it sometime, that's 3. Right. Here's the important part when you're working this out. Put your H and square it. You square H, then multiply by this, and then minus the whole thing. So you'll get -1/3 by -1/3 squared, 19. Okay? Plug it in the calculator, and you'll end up with -1 -1/3 -1. I am done. All the work finished. Your turning point is equal to -h, which is minus of this, which is +1/3, and k. You only doing this with equal to b. This is sketch sheet to get all of this. That's okay? So you need to get turning point, touch the x, touch the y. Okay? And of course the shape. Those are all things that you need to get. Sometimes they'll ask the axis of symmetry. Anybody remember what it is? -h.
The axis of symmetry is always x is equal to minus h. Okay, so you need to be able to factorize and do all of this. All right, yeah, Salman. Wasn't listening. Oh, a product equal to 0. Okay, that's factorization. So you factor out. Write it down. Write it down. You see how it is. Right? Copy it down. Right? And these are the things that you need. This here could come in a number 9. No, you know. A number 8. Right? This could come here as a number 8. And then this could be like a number 2. But the problem with the number 2, you all remember the problem? The question doesn't say factorize this. The question is be the big diagram. Right? So I'm going to torture it. Oh, no. I'm going to give you one of that now. Guess what? What I did is that's the solid factor. Oh yeah. You write on all that? Where you go on your phone? While I was writing, right? Huh? No, I know you know it. Not you. You write it out. 5 times C. 5 times P. Come on, times C. And what is after symmetry? Yeah, but I just coming to number 8. One more, then you get green. Actually, here's what I'll do for you. You work it out and correct it, and then I can start with it. Yeah, I'll take it in video. All yeah, use a break wise. Use a break wisely. When it come back, we are not testing to do. Okay. Yeah. Hold on, now there just one question I want to give you, right? Go here.
Right. Try this, please. Right. Here's how we are, right? Sometimes questions will look like this. When you're given that information and you have to turn that into a construction. Do it fast, do it to me, and you can start your break. So your break starts now. Yes. Well, when you correct it, and take a break. If it take long, you'll be working through your break. Oh yeah. Take the info, right? You have to find the areas and then minus them. Yeah, Karen, it was recorded, right? And it live, so you can always go back. I wouldn't block it as yet. Yeah, I wouldn't block it as yet, right? That big one came out, he was Alright. Try that there. Let's tell him about that. Oh yeah, work it out. Find the areas, minus them. Once again, you can start your break. You make it half an hour. If you take long, well, you will lose time. Any answer in no mistake there? Minus the area. Nothing bad, nothing follow this. Right, okay, I'm going to there. Go ahead. Find the areas, minus them, make it equal. In fact, just follow the instructions there. Right? If I got this in exam, I would underline this. Difference of the two rectangles is equal to 64. Right? So that's the first thing I would see. So I would find the area of M, then I'll find the area of N, and then minus them. And that'll be equal to and you can find the area of 10 by 1, everything you need there. Finish? Finish, yeah. Once you get correct, go on the group. Right, nice. One person on the break, we read this. So this one is not does it become something. One person go on. Oh yeah, multiply it out, then minus one. Next person right to go here. They want to sign to everybody. Pay about it. Nice. Go on and break. Any more? Down quick. We done.
Less than 1 second. Right, so when you multiply these two, when you multiply those two, you will get 3x squared. You have to multiply it out, right? You multiply x minus 3 by 3x plus 4. So you'll get 3x squared minus 5x minus 12. Anybody got that? Then you minus an n. You'll get x squared minus x minus 6 equal to 64. When you work it out, you'll get 2x squared minus 4x minus 6 equal to 64. When you work it out now, you will end up with 2x squared minus 4x. Bring across this, you'll get minus 70 as 0. Then divide everything by 2, and you'll get x squared minus 2x. All right. Nice. Take a break. I'll give you a little bit longer until quarter past. Till quarter past 12. And you coming straight into an exam, right? So use the break wisely. Yeah. If you break and use the break wisely. That's the time. Oh, they get a bit across. And then divide everything by two. I know. I know, yeah, so much. Square minus two. Yeah. That should be short. Yeah. That's what the answer one. Divided by two.
Sure. I think too, but I need you.
I want was right.
Where did you go?
Whatever.
Whoever the pick come now. Hey, do you want to one pick? No, no.
My name is. Next one. Okay, next one, next one. Let's start over. So you got to give one. Won't be anymore.
Very not gonna meet me about the video when you see. So what? What type of everything big is like brown or that brown? Hey, someone. That's not like down.
Alrighty, pretty much. Yeah, but now it's after those. I wish I was going to do it. My points, right?
You're free online? Ivan, you're free online already? Huh? Yeah?
Dạ, điều anh ta.
Ở đây cũng quan điểm vậy
Alright, let's go now, Olivia. Yeah, let's go. Right, so we need to remember a few things about stats, right? What is discrete data? That's whole numbers only, continuous with the range. Raw data is what? Right, that's unordered data, right? As they collect it, you write it up. Average, how do you find mean? How do you find mean? Sum all the x bars and divide by the total. And if it's group data, how you find mean? Multiply f by x, sum it up, and then divided by the sum of f, right? Median, middle of ordered values, mode, most frequent, probability, the chance of an event occurring. All right, standard deviation gives us spread data. So if you have like how far away from the mean, if you have a large standard deviation, it means that your values are far from the mean. If you have a small standard deviation, your values are close to the mean. Okay, you have to calculate, right? How do you do pie charts? Pie chart is for discrete data, and you have to find the angles. How do you get the angles? Multiply the fraction by 360, right? So find the fraction over the total of course and multiply it by 360. Right? Bar charts and histogram. Bar charts for discrete data. Bar charts have spaces between them. Histograms have no spaces, right? Histogram is over what type of data? Continuous data. And what do you plot? You plot the boundaries, right? The boundaries, right? So you plot your lower class boundary, upper class boundary. How do you get frequency polygon? Frequency polygon, you find the midpoint and then connect it up. That's okay? Right, next. How you do your, if I give you the lower class limit, upper class limit, how you find the boundaries? Minus 0.5 from the lower class limit at 0.5 here. That's okay? Remember tallies, right? Right? Remember tallies, yes, tallies is that's 4. You want to write 5 across it, right? How do you find cumulative frequency? How do you find cumulative frequency? Add up, right? Add up all your frequencies. How do you get x value to find mean? If I give you a range, correct? How do you get the x value? If I give you the range. If I give you 11 to 20 and I want you to find the mean, remember mean is that, right? What you do? How you get that x value? Find the middle, right? Find the middle. Right, add up the boundaries and divide by 2. Right, nice. When you plot the cumulative frequency, it will always look like this. And that's S shape, right? If you're not getting the S shape, means if I plot the wrong thing. Please remember on the y-axis, you plot the upper class boundary. Okay? It's not the upper class boundary versus your frequency. All right? Quartiles, well, your upper quartile, 75% anyway, median, 50%, lower quartile. Right? I also showed you here how to find it using a particular position. Remember your interquartile range and how to get your semi-quartile range. Simple formula, right? Yeah. When you have to use? But generally, you plus. And alone is like if you're plotting it straight off the cumulative frequency graph. So you take the largest value here, which is 40, then you find half of that, that will be 52. All right. So let's try one and have a table here. We're just talking it through, right? I'll save you some time here. How would you find the mean here? How would you find the mean? Well, sorry, they actually modal class group. How are you doing that? What is modal class? The most frequent, right? Which one is that? 70, nice. How do you find mean? What is the? Tell me what to do, right? But I'm not picking up people. Next, yeah. Right. For it, as well now. How you get the mean? Am I the formula? F, right? By X. Right. So you multiply them here and then you add it up. Okay. So the formula is sum of F of X all over sum of F. How they got these values again? Midpoint, right? Add up these two and divide by. And then you okay with that? So you need to come to the table to work it out. Sorry. Add up these sum of, yeah. Add up this, that'll be a sum of F. Add up this table, that'll be the sum of F of F. The exam reports that the median amount is $84. Explain why Damian can be correct. How do you get median in a case like this? How do you get median in a case like this? How do you get median? Median. Median is the Q2 value, right? So add up all. Someone take an please. Add up all. That's like 100. Yeah. Add up all, you'll get 100. So the median will be 100 plus 1 divided by 2. So you're going to look for like 50.5. So you're looking for the 51st and the 50. Sorry. You're looking for the 50th and the 51st. Okay? Where will that person lie? Here's 7, here's 18, here's what? 18 and that's about 49. So where would the 50th and the 51st person lie? Between right here. That's okay? So your median will lie right here. So is Damian correct? Could the median be 84? Yes. Because the median could lie between them. Got okay with that? So your median could lie between them. What's the best way to find median on a cumulative frequency graph, Alyssa? What's the best way to find median? I'm going to mistake and say the answer. But what's the most accurate way to find median if you have data like this? I said the answer by mistake. Cumulative frequency graph, right? Show the graph and then they read off the Q2 value. Right? Some other columns, don't start picking on all you know. All your columns, leave there. Right. This came one year and some people didn't know what to do, right? This is called a contingency table. Take a little read and see if you can fill out the blocks that's missing. Right? Everything linked in that table. Everything linked in table. See if you can figure out the bars that's missing. Real simple. Right? But some people didn't understand how to read off the table, right? Yeah. Right, so how you get here? How you'll get there? Add up 15 and 14 and minus it from 48. So you'll get 19. That's okay? So if you add up everything here, you'll get the root total. If you add up everything here, you'll get the column total. That's okay? And they call those tables contingency tables. So here is 19, here is 8, here is what? 37, and here is 52. Everybody okay with that? Right, Mira, I need some help here. So a student is selected at random. Find the probability that she is driven to school. How many children are driven to school? How much? So what's the probability? 40 over how much? 100. One of the girls is selected at random. One of the girls. What's the probability that she did not cycle to school? One of the girls is selected at random. What's the probability that she did not cycle to school? Take it. Take your time. I'll tell you the answer. That's now. He or she. No, I do get. Huh? If you want to. Unless it's simplified. Yeah, correct. Some more thing. Take it now, read it. Right, one of the girls is, I'll read it for you, I'll read it for you. One of the girls is selected at random. What's the probability that she did not cycle to school? Yeah. One of the girls selected, so you select a girl. What's the probability that she did not ride? How much? 34 over 52. Right? Question said you are a girl. So this, how many girls it have? 52. And how many of them did not ride, did not cycle to school? 8 and 26, which is 54. You're okay with that? It's not out of 100, because that's only for girls. Girls, right? Try this one here. Just even. I'll call him one time. Adele, there you go, Adele. Come on the board.
17.
All right, let's go. I don't speak. Yeah. Let's go here. Try this one. That one's too long, let's know. What kind of graph it is? Frequency, right? Part one. Find an estimate for the number of students who took more than 50 minutes to solve the problem. How many students took more than 50 minutes? Right? More than 50 minutes to solve the problem. Take your time. More than 50, right? So you're looking for 50 here. And then you come all the way up. And then you read off this value. What value is that? 196, right? So what will be more than 50? 4 people. Right? Right? When you read off 50, you get in 196, right? So more than 196 will be these people here, which corresponds to the difference there. Right? So the people who took less than 50, that would have been 196. But people who took more than would just be the remainder there, which is 4. That's okay? And then you follow y minus, right? Yeah. Sure. Y minus. Because it's more than, right? Yes. Because it took the remainder. So 200 and I got 196. Next one, find the median. Try your best. I know it's kind of hard there, but what's the median? Average that term. What's the median? Like you read number 100, right? So that's somewhere here. So it's looking like the middle. So I would say 31, 32, 33 and a half. 33 and a half, they might even give it 33. Right? Still seeing that? Next one, remember. The probability that someone took at most 28 minutes. At most 28 minutes. Probability. I don't know what I'm for. Right, 28 is about here. But it'll give you nice numbers. Right there. How much is that? 60? 64? So the answer is what? 64 over 200. You can simplify if you want, right? 64 and 200. Nice. So we can read that. Right? We can read that. Bad news here. Find the mean from up. Everybody, find the mean. Find the mean there. Tell fast. That one is yours. Remember, you need to read it all. Write down 11 to 20, 11 to 20. So you want to see what to read up here, right? Going back here. What's your read up?
29.
11 to 20.
29.
29. What's that looking like? 4, 8, 32, 34. 34 around there. So write down 34. Right? So it's 12, the next one is 34. Check out the 50, tell me what you get. And 50 was something. 50 was 196. That's the cumulative all again there. What would that one be? What would this one be if the cumulative was 34? If the cumulative value was 34, what would the value for frequency be? 12 minus 34, right? 22. This value here is 196. How much missing here? Remember, you read off the cumulative frequency, right, Charles? So you have to find what the frequency was. Say working backwards. How much? 112. We're going to be 112. Right, so you can add up all of this and minus it from 96. Oh, they got 112 when you add up all of that. I feel it wrong. No, add up everything. Perfect. How much? 36. 36. Want to get up? Right, please remember that 196 represents the cumulative value here. Right, so when you accumulate all of this, that's 196. Right? So you have to minus everything on top here to get the missing value. That's okay? No? Right, so what did we again? I can't take all this whole thing, right? So here's how I remember. This value here was 34, right? Which was a sum of these two. That's okay? And then when they gave us this and they gave us this. This 196 is a sum of all these values, right? And so to get this 36, you have to work out 84, 42, 22, 12. Add it up and then minus from 196. That's okay? Right. Now use that formula, please. Find the mean, please. Find the mean. What is that? Right, so multiply 22 by 34 is sorry. 22 by 15.5 is how much? Right, add up all of this. Add up all of this, that's 200. Add up this whole column here. You add up all?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, yeah, add up everything in. What is that? Got it? Get up? Yeah. When you add it back.
Um,
6,000.
I
6,000. 320. Right, and then you divide them. 6320 divided by 1200 and you get 31. So your average is 31 point what? All right, nice. So you okay with that? Everybody okay with that? Let's go. Let's go again. Next topic.
Good. So let me do first part of the first
Functions. The wrong thing I was thinking. All right, let's go. Function sign. Functions. Huh? Hold on.
So see now we're at the next
Function.
see now we're
Right, so in functions, all we have to learn to do, substitute the x value and find the final thing. Right, so if you look here, right, if you look here, right, function here is f of x plus 1. So all we have to do is take 0, plug a 0 in here, and we get the y value. What do you call all the x values? No, yeah. What do you call all the x values? And all the y values?
range.
Right? Well, you'd only call them range if all them are mapping, right? So for example, if this student draw a line going to this. Now right, what type of mappings what type of mappings are functions? Or many to one, right? 1 to 1 or many to 1. Nice. How do we find the inverse? What are the 4 steps? Right, y equals mx, interchange x and y, and then equal to y. Go ahead. All right. So those are your 4 steps. Correct. Somebody put 4 steps, please. Yeah.
Say the site.
Huh? And then yeah. Okay. Right, and then we have a small example here on a composite function, right? So what is here? Right? So if you all look here, right? When you have to find f of g of x here. Huh? Huh? And what is that pure line? It's only relation diagram. In math. But just to know, sir. Right, nice. How do you find f of g of x or the five numbers? F of g, right?
So maybe
You put a little, yeah.
G by X and then F.
Multiply.
bracket.
Right.
F by G.
So f of g of x, put a bracket around g of x. Substitute what g of x is, and then you reach here. And then put that into f. All right. What does f squared mean?
F by F.
F of f. Not by, right? F of f. Not
F
by.
squared.
Right. F of f.
Right, so F by F. I want to know.
Right? So you have to know what g of x and so on, right? In your summary. What are your summary there? Let's go here, work out this one here. Let's go here. Right, we go right up to you, guys. Break this now. 10 minutes. Huh? Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. No, no. Oh yeah. Do that, please.
So I feel I'm doing more than just being and laying a suit. So something going on and
Who's that? Great. You're not working? Sit down.
I feel I'm more.
Oh yeah. Do that, please. Take your time. Something like 9. Close it out.
Can I just sleep? I do it for me, wait for the days.
What do you have from nine? You know, low line come with you.
Oh, yeah. Take a time to put part 3, right? G of x is 512. So you have two fractions. Cross multiply and work it out. You're done? So part 1 you should have part 1 already. Alright. F of 9 is 1/3 by 9 plus 4. So that's 3 plus 4, which is 7. Everybody get up? Yeah? Any quick part? Look. Right, look at mouth here, part 2. Yeah, yes, look, I know that, but you're talking, look, hurry up. I'm waiting on you. See, that's come up. That's me, look. Right, so you can work out G of -3 and make it easier for yourself, right? Right, I got -9 and -2. What you get up? No. So that's F of 912. Papa.
Yes.
And now find, just find G of -3. So the last part is 1/3 of 912 plus 4. Right? I got 5.5. 5 and 1/3. I get 5.5, 5.5. Okay, last one. Right, last one is G of x is 512. So that will be 3x on x on 1 is equal to 512. What to do now from here? What to do now? Cross multiply because you have two fractions on equal sign, right? So you will get 6x is equal to 5 by x plus 1.
Right? I got x to be 5. Look at that. Last part over. So I let g of x equal to 5 on. See that? And then cross multiply 2 by this, 6x, 5 by this, 5x plus 2, and I will be like this together. Let's take up on that. All right, let's go again. Next one. Nope, no recess time. All right, so I'm going to tired. I just want to go over linear programming, right? I want to explain linear programming. Functions going for the okay functions for now. Let's take a look at linear programming, right? Right, look up here. I will do it for you, right? I will do it for you. Okay, everybody watch here. See now, let's go talk loud, right? Are you ready? So now, we're gonna. Right. So here's what we need to remember. Look, I keep forgetting you look. I'll make someone bored after look. I'm forgetting you there. Can do it. Let's go right up the last one. All right. So I want to explain a linear programming for you fast, right? Then I'll give you a break.
So I don't know the answer.
So sometimes, what you see, sometimes you will see a question where you have to solve an inequality. So let me just show you how to solve an inequality fast. If you have 5x is more than or equal to 6x minus 3. Let's use again the work earlier. Tell me.
So then I realize that more okay for the song.
Right? So watch here. Already? So in order for you to solve for x, right? To solve the inequality, you bring a cross here. And you'll end up with minus x is more than or equal to minus 3. But the problem here is just minus x. So you can divide everything by a minus 1, but what must happen? Sign must change, right? Everybody okay with that? 5x minus 3. You all okay with that? Huh? Where you getting lost in that? Alright, watch it again, right? So I'll move across 6x, it becomes minus 6x. 5 minus 6x is minus 1x. And then I divide by a minus and the sign change. Right? But what's important here is that we're able to show it on a graph. How do I draw the line x is less than 3?
X is equal to 3.
So the first thing I'm going to do is draw the line x equals to 3. This is the line x equals to 3, right? Where is less than? Where is less than? Left or right? Left. You okay with that? Right, Nuria? Suppose I had a line that looks like this. How do I draw that line? No way. How you would draw it randomly just so?
So it's going so.
So what Nuria trying to say is this. She put x is 0 and she got y is 4. So you plot that here. Take a next value. Let's say y is 0. Put y is 0 here. And the x is 4. Right? Pick any two values you want and find two corresponding values. Right? We're not? And then plot your 4, 0. So you will get here 4, 0. Then connect them. That's okay? Where do you shade? Where do you shade for more than? Above the line or below the line? Above. So you shade above the line. That's okay? Let's put one more on that graph. Suppose I said y is more than or equal to 5. Where do I draw the line y equal to 5? X equal to something is a vertical. A horizontal is y is equal to. So I'm going to draw y is equal to 5. Let's do less than, sorry. Less than is where? Below the line. If you all look closely here, you'll recognize that all the arrows pointing in one direction. All the arrows pointing in here. This here then is the what? This here is the region that satisfies all 1, 2, 3 inequalities. You're seeing that? So your question, you need to find the inequalities first, draw them like that, and then find the common region. That's okay? And if you look here, the common region is here. And then you have to find, you have to take those points and plug it into our next formula they give you. Okay? So you need to remember, what does that mean? More than or equal to? What else? How else we could say that? Greater than or equal to? More than or equal to? One more. One more. There's one more way we could say that. No less than, okay, no less than, or I was looking for at least. What about this one? Less than or equal to? Or no more than, right? No more than.
What's the use the example like you take 2 points, to see whether it's more
Some kind of way, you can learn how to share. Something like that. Some people just take a point here. I don't really think. But once you have all here, the next thing, what's this here? This rule here will not work. These rules will not work if you have it looking like this. Your y must be on this side, right? So however they give it, make sure your y on this side. One of the years they gave it like this, right? You cannot shade above the line like that. You have to make y on this side. So if you flip them around, you'll get y is less than or equal to x, correct? So now you can draw the line and shade underneath. Okay? The y must be on the left side. Okay? Yeah? So that's what your linear programming will look like. All right? Let's go again. What one? What's up? What's up? All right, last 12 minutes. So we'll get a break 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock and then you'll get a half an hour. Yeah. Half an hour. I told all them how to look at it beginning already. And that one already. Right? Just try one and use the one that break and answer and we wrap up. Right? So if you look here, right? If you look at the summary, you have all your doing, right? So by the way, I'll make for those who want it, I'll make the crash course videos available for you as well, right? Some of you on the other lecture work. Right? So you can look at the crash course videos and practice over, right? All right, last one. Has spaghetti graphs there? All right, so this time. Has spaghetti graphs. Take a little read. Last one, I'll give everything just now after this. All I want to do is touch on what to write. some water right here. All I want are inequalities. B flow and C flex. B flow is X, C flow is Y. Right, Mala must not spend more than 1,200. Must not. So what's right? 60 plus 80 or 60x plus 80y is less than or equal to 1,200. Right? You cannot spend more than 12. Right? And Bernard, no, come on, Bernard, yeah, you can simplify. Right? Because it will be a little nicer. Look. Yeah, Bernard, part 2 is yours. How much we can see it now? Right, if Bernard finish fast, we'll again another break faster, right? If Bernard take long, we'll again less time. Bernard and then Luke. Are we done? Okay, Bernard, help me with part 2 now. Number B flow must be greater than or equal to the number of C flex. Huh? 60x, that's 4. Now you can find it out. Right, Luke. Mouth here, Luke. So, Luke, how do I draw those two inequalities? Especially this one here, Luke. If you explain to me how to draw that, I'm done. We're done. And I break. And I add another 2 minutes till the break. So now I move now. Yeah. How we doing that, Luke? How we going to draw x is more than or equal to y? Put x and y, nice. Then what? What the line you're going to draw? Y equal to x, right? How does it look? Well, right? Y equal to x is all the bars are the same, right? They look something like that. Where do you shape? Above or below? It's less than or below the line. You're okay with that? Just pick any x value, find the y value, plug. You're doing that twice. Okay? All right. How do you plot 60x plus 40y is less than or equal to 1,200? Yeah, correct? Divide by 30, okay? And then divide by 30. 20, right? And then what? And then what? Excuse correct, that's not what. After you divide, doesn't leave it like that, it'll automatically draw itself. What you will do? So you just join anything, any line? Right. Take a x value, find the y value, and then do it again. And then plot. And less than is above or below. Below. All right. Take a break, then we go again. Half an hour. 2:30 we start back. Take a little break, half an hour, right? Alright, let's go again.
Let's
Let's go again. Alright, let's go. Right, so we're going to we're going to like transformations and let's just look at how the bisect the line of it. Alright. Put it on there. Right. On the Spanish. Alright, let's go earlier. Are you ready? Right. So draw a line, draw a line. Right, let's just review how to bisect, draw 90, draw 60, draw 45. Draw a line fast. Draw a line.
Alright, let's go. Alright, let's go earlier. Hurry up. Quick. Right, draw a line. How do you bisect? Right, place a pointer here. Open the arc more than half. Open your arc to more than half, right? Draw your first arc here, Hurry up. Right, if you all don't have averages, right? If you never put it after the word, compass them in. Place a pointer here, draw your arc here and here. Top on the bottom, stick wires now. Right? Draw your arc here, open it up more than half. Yeah. What here first, right? Hurry up. Take out the thing and draw it. What? Right, more than half, more than half. And then come here, place pointer, you do it again. Right? Where they meet, connect them up. That will be half. And 90 degrees. Hurry up. Try it, make sure you get it. All right. Remember, it must be more than half. Open it up to more than half of the line. No matter, a little bit out. Again, we talk about now. All right. Next, how to bisect 90. So watch this here, right? Place a pointer here at 3. Place a pointer at 3 and draw a full arc like this. Place a pointer at 3 and draw a full arc like this. Right? Then place a pointer at 4, draw an arc here. Pointer at 5, draw an arc here. Where they meet, come back down to the center. That should be 45. You have passed? Yeah, as long as you go. No. Look. Right. Watch it again. Pointer at 3, draw your arc. Right? Your arc will meet the lines. Your arc will meet the lines at 4 and at 5. Right? Place the pointer at 4, draw your arc here. Pointer at 5, draw your arc here. Where the two arcs meet, draw it back down. That'll be 45 degrees. Right quick. Yeah.
Right, right. Last one, how to draw 60. So draw a line. Draw a line. Pointer here, draw your arc. Do that fast. Do that fast. Ready? Right, pointer here, draw your arc.
So I get to.
Right, then your next, after you have this pointer, you put in a pointer here. Right, pointer here, that's 2.
So I get to.
You okay with that? Place it pointer here and same radius as here, draw your next arc. Where those 2 arcs meet, draw your line. That'll be 60.
That's 60.
Do that fast? Right, huh? No, no, it don't matter. It can be under half, over half, and it doesn't matter. Ready? Let's go again. Ready? All right, sometimes they may ask you to draw a triangle with no angles. Right, so they might say here's 8, here's 6, and here's 7. Right, look here, watch. Come on, sit by me, you know. And then banana, you will come next. Right. How we doing this now? No angles. No angles. Watch this here. Right. 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 How do we do this? Right. No angles. Here what you do. Draw a line 8 centimeters long.
Yeah.
Right. Draw a line 8 centimeters long. Then take your compass and measure 6 centimeters. Measure, use a ruler and compass and measure 6 centimeters. Place it pointer here and draw arc for 6 centimeters. Right? Measure 6 centimeters and draw your arc. And then do the same thing here. Measure using your compass on your ruler, measure 7 centimeters and draw your arc. It should look like that. Oh yeah, it should look like that, right? Sorry? No, you're using a ruler for that. You don't have to do that.
Where's 7? 7.
Yeah, draw arc, measure the 6, draw your arc, measure your 7, draw your arc. So you're measuring 6 and you're scribing arc. Yeah.
The angles.
This one. Right? When you reach here now, right? When you reach here, draw a line from here to where they meet. That should be 6 centimeters. Then draw a line from here to here. That should be 7 centimeters. Then use your protractor and measure the angles here. Tell me what you get. Let's see if you get it right.
Check it. That's only 6 lines. That's your knowledge.
So what angle you get here? What angle you get here? So what angle you all got here? What angle was it? 60? And see if you get 60. Right, nice. Are you okay with that? Why? Why you lost, ma'am? Tell me why you lost, ma'am.
You know what she told us? She next topic.
We just trying to draw this, ma'am. Can't do that one. Then the arcs, man. You draw 8 centimeters, man. Then you measure 6 centimeters with compass and a ruler. And draw an arc to 6 centimeters. And do the same thing to surface. What do you want? I said nothing. Alright, let's go. Transformations. Right? Most important thing in transformation. What are the four transformations? Sorry. Reflection, rotation, enlargement, and translation. Right? Translation is a what? A slide, right? Right. So for example, that is your translation. What does that say? 2 to the right hand, 2 down. So if I wanted to translate this here, if I wanted to translate this, so what to do? Add it, right? You okay with that? Add it, right? So the translation of this to this is what? 7, 1.
See that way she understands.
Right, next one, we need to learn about reflection, right? So if I gave you something like this, and I said to reflect this point in the line, what x is equal to 4. What do you do? What do you do? There is something you have to make sure. If that's the object, then the image is where? The image is equidistant from the object. The image is there. Okay? You should be able to fold this page in half and they overlap. That's okay? For reflection, so yes. This is called a mirror line. Right? There are some mirror lines that you have to learn. Right? If you want to reflect the point 4, 4. Okay, that's a bad example. If you want to reflect the point 3, 4 in the y-axis, what will you get? What you'll get? Right, the x value stays the same. Sorry, the x value changes sign and the y value stays the same. And if you want to reflect in the y-axis, what will happen? X value stays the same and the y value changes sign. Right? Too easy? Are you okay with that? Even if you don't remember that, here have to be equidistant to here. That's okay? One more. What about if they ask this? Oh, someone forget to ask, right? Let me click on I click on Jaden. Suppose I gave you f of x. How do you draw f inverse x? Suppose I gave you f of x. How do you draw f inverse x? Anybody remember? If a graph, right? If a graph gave you f of x, and you have to draw f inverse x area. Pass along the line then. Yeah. Right. So if I gave you f of x, right? Wait, where do you get into? I went back already. Hello? You went back? Yeah, question earlier. Suppose right? Right? Suppose I gave you f of x and you have to find f inverse x. How do you get f inverse x? Right? And the answer is this. You draw the line y equal to x and you reflect it and the line y equal to x. Put some together. Okay, write it down. F inverse x. F inverse x. Next one, write it down too, right? F inverse x is a reflection. F inverse x is a reflection is a reflection in the line y is equal to x. It's a reflection in the line y equal to x. Remember that, right? So here's my next question now. Right? Anybody get it right? Not anybody. I'll pick on somebody, you get it right. This is how long your break is going to be, right? Every question all I get right, I'm adding on 5 minutes here. But if you get it wrong, I'm minus in 5 minutes. Right? So there we go. Here's my question. I gave you a point. I'll pick the person as well. Right? Let's say I gave you a 0.53. How do you reflect 5.3 in the line y equal to x? How do you reflect 5.3 in the line y equal to x? We get wrong and minus 5. Huh? Let go. Let go, yeah? Right.
But never end.
Anybody else? Anybody else? How do you reflect? Yeah. Kind of. So what's your guess?
Minus.
Not minus. Try again. Minus sign there. That's all. Let me get the answer here first. Anybody? Anybody can answer.
Understand how to.
I understand. I understand.
You know what? Because why isn't it?
Yeah. Anybody want to try? Anybody next door? Sit on the mic now. You can sit on the mic next door. Anybody? Nine. Right. Here's what's happened earlier. Oh. Go ahead. You gotta believe in yourself, Nine. Try a thing, yeah. Yeah. No, that's just a random 0.53. Very good. Right? So y becomes x, x becomes y. So the answer will be 3.5. Okay? If it's the first time you hear it in your life, make a note of it, huh? Right? If you reflect in the line y equal to x, you'll end up with this. All right, online, so no break. Right now we are 0 in the bottom. Right? How much is minus 5 plus 5, Jeremy? All right, next one. We need to learn about rotations. Right? A rotation has 3 important things. Who could label them out to me? Anybody again? No, you again. You went already. You want to go? All right. Go ahead, Anya. Center. Direction. And point of rotation. Center rotation. But I'll take that as well. Center of rotation. Nice. Right, so watch this here. Let us say, you tell me minus 1 for 2 minutes. And you can stand up twice. What missing? Angle, okay. Right. Let's say I gave you a point here and I want you to rotate it. I want you to rotate it clockwise 90 degrees, about 0, 0. How are we doing that? Well, simple. I'm going to show you all the steps, right? Take the point, connect the point to the center, measure the length of the line. Let's pretend the length of the line is 3 centimeters. Then measure 90 degrees and draw a line 3 centimeters. Pardon me? 1, 2. Yes, sir. You got 3 points. I start with 1 and I will go to the next one. Right? So therefore, if I rotate this, I'll get this. You're okay with that? No, if you do it properly, let's say that this point was 2, 1. If you do it properly, this will be some variation of that. Maybe 1 minus 2 or something. And all give you back whole numbers, right? If you're working with 4 and 5, it should give you some variation of 4 and 5. So if you get minus 6 and 8, something wrong. All right? And then you do it again. Center, draw your line to your center, measure, and then do the same thing again, and then connect them up. That's okay? One small question though. How do you go in reverse? Let's say you have that. How do you go in reverse? If you had to go from here to here, how you can figure out the center, the angle, and the direction. What you do? The angle and direction easy, right?
And then use the compass, with the 2 points, right? And then if you have the 20 center point, use the next part,
Right, so you bisect. That's the word I'm looking for. So you bisect this line, and wherever they meet, right? So you connect the object and the image, and then bisect the line. Connect the object and the image, bisect the line. That's okay? Where those 2 lines meet, that will be your center. So you have 5 again there. Nice. Right, are you okay with that? So that's the center and that's the way you work it out. I'm going to do enlargement next. So one thing you get the point, right? Right, enlargement. What are the things that we need to know about an enlargement? Scale factor. Well, what bar? I show it in the bench. Check it back on the same. Download back, right? Right, enlargement. So sometimes you'll get an enlargement looking like this, right? they will give you a point and they ask you to find the enlargement. Let's say the center is 0, 0. You draw your line here. If your scale factor is 3, you multiply the length of this line by 3. That's okay? And you measure your length of the line by 3, so that's 1, 2, 3. So it might be here. Then you do it again, length of the line, right? And measure it by 3, 1, 2, 3, maybe here, and so on, right? And you end up with your image. Are you okay with that? What would happen if your scale factor? What would happen if your scale factor? Sorry, how you would find the scale factor if you have the image and the object? Divide, right? Divide 2, right? Right? Well, what you can do here, take the length here, and divide it. Are you okay with that? No? Yeah. Suppose you have an object and an image, take two similar lengths and divide them. Okay? And that'll give you your scale factor. Question for next door is, anybody from next door can come, and I want you to draw, instead of positive 3, I want you to draw what, all right, let's use 2. I want you to draw put a scale factor of 2 about 0, 0. Anybody? -2. Anybody from next door? Anybody? Yeah, you want -5, get right, get 5. Minus, right? Minus, so I wanted to draw it for -2.
Let's be sure this is the original spot, right? This is the original spot.
That's the original object.
And -2 and this is the point start, right?
Yeah. Do your thing, center is 0, 0. Center is 0, 0.
-2. Oh, wait.
Anybody get us from next door? Anybody next door can help them? I don't mind. If anybody can help me, I'll let us see. Anybody next door? Well, sure. Right. Anybody from next door? No? Well, we no break after a while. Right. Anybody here can help them? No, no. -5 already. Right, so right now all you have no break. Scale factor of -2, right? One more chance. One more chance here. I know what I'm doing.
So what are you doing? I'm gonna think for
Scale factor minus 2.
that's small. That says that yes, they will go side it's on that. Minus two, right? Which one you trying to do? I want. Right, I don't know. No. That's not David. Minus two. No. We might not live alone. You know, yes, you did. Yes, you moved. Is it? Boom, flip.
Right, so minus means what? Smaller? No. Minus means on the
It's bigger. Wait, just go ask another.
minus means on the opposite side, right?
How we do?
But twice as big as smaller.
Who was say?
What's your what?
You know what? You see, man, bring it.
How big is that?
They see himself. Right.
Scale factor 2. Alright, so what you say? If you get a scale factor of 2, if you get a scale factor of 2, right? If you get a scale factor of 2, draw a line here, measure the length, and then double the length on this side. That's okay? So it wouldn't be on this side. Scale factor means that it'll be larger. The minus sign tells you on which side of the center it will be. So it will be here. You double it, it will be here. Double it, it will be somewhere here. So that is a scale factor of minus 2. You okay? With that, you just have it on this side. Half means it'll be smaller. Right? Nice. So those are the different types. Question: how do you work backwards? How do you find the center of enlargement? Like I use actual point, but this is A and this is the A point. That's what I mean. This will be B. This will be C, right? Right, so you're just connecting here to here and measuring the line. If the length is 4, you double it. So here to here will be T. Right? And that is the same thing again. If it's minus, it's on the opposite side of the pen. Right? If it's not minus, it's on the same side. So you're drawing from backlight. No. You can put the minus on the curve. You may not necessarily see it. Right? It may not very clearly. Sometimes it's good, but not all the time it's good. All right. You're okay with that? You're okay with that? Sit down properly. Right now, only on minus, only owe me right now.
I know.
Only owe me right now. Right. Question I was asking, anybody can answer? Suppose I don't give you the center. What will you do? Except no, right, the answer is no. And I get it right. So draw a line from here to here. Then what? Draw a line from here to here and see where they intersect. Right? Well, I say it so. No more. All right. Question time. Well, next chance here, you're gonna get a chance here. Let's go again. So we are -5, so you all don't need that break, right? Yeah, -5. Anybody can answer now. Anybody besides who answer here, right? Right, let us take a look at Let's go. Take a look at this one here. We have T, Y, Z, sorry, X, Y, Z going to X, Y, Z. Look at that there. Triangle X, Y, Z is an image of X, Y. That's not. Sorry, right, prime and double prime, right? So that the triangle X prime, Y prime, Z prime is the image of X, Y, Z after an enlargement of a scale factor of 2. Draw X, Y, Z. How we doing that? How we doing that? The center is 5, 1, scale factor of 2. How are we doing that? Right? I just put in 5, 1 here. So we'll see where it is. Right. Anybody? Anybody want to go? Who wants to go? 5 minutes? I can double it up. I'll give you 10 minutes to figure this one out. Right? We are going to draw X, Y, Z comma. All the water you can take. Also, then I think about 9 just now. Anybody want to try? 10 minutes. They want you to take X prime, Y prime, Z prime. Right? It was a scale factor of 2. They want you to get back the original. And they gave you the center 5, 1. Well, try it. This one is 10 minutes though. Me. Okay, right 10 minutes. What's it here? Yeah, right 10 minutes. Yeah, wrong one. Right. So she joined the lines of the center. Very good. Average. So it's average. See what you want to do now. Because remember, if we put image factor object, right? That's what you're going to do. I know, like, right? Can that work? Can that work, Claudia? Yes. Right? O to Z is half of O to Z prime. So that's 10 minutes there all again. Okay, no? Let me see all again. Well, they have nothing here, nothing here,
So only on plus 5 minutes. All right, nice.
See you, Lou.
This how long a break gonna be, yeah? Let's go again. Let's see what thing, what I get right. All right, I'll get one now. Yeah.
I would like to one on one.
So you put the work me there.
6 plus 50.
All right, let's go again. Next one. Anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. The partners are wrong, and anybody can do it. Okay, now can be 4, and I've doubled the time now. No, but it's on 10,000. Right, that's very good, Tina. Next one. Triangle X prime, Y prime, Z prime is marked in double prime by a reflection. States 10 minutes, huh? Again, it's 10 minutes for this. States the mirror line. What? Right, they want the equation earlier, not just the mirror line. Yeah. You want the mirror line and then she will help you. I can put minus one side. I didn't put anything out. I didn't put anything, I didn't know that the contract.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. What?
So the equation is x equals to 2 minus 10 to join that half. All right, very good. Nice. Let's go again. Are you okay with that? So what she did is that and next we can do it is just connect the object and the image and bisect. That bisected line will be a mirror line. Okay? Or in exam coefficient. Right? Right? In exam, if you just coefficient 2 and 3 where you were right? But the real way to do it is draw a line from here to here and bisect. Draw a line from here to here and bisect. That line there is the mirror line. Okay with that? Right? Oh, then a 15-minute break. All right. I'll give a chance to win some more. Look a nice one.
No. So we do it translation. That translation. One from that. Yeah, we talked about.
Next one is this came a year and I can't remember this. Anybody remember this? Mr. Messi.
My God.
Right? Something has no lines of symmetry and has rotational symmetry of order 1. What's that?
It's like, no, it doesn't.
Right, number 1 is what? A rhombus? Okay. 2 is what? 2 is what?
That's not one. The first one is a rhombus. Yeah. Exactly 2 lines of symmetry.
This.
It is not right, right?
No.
Yeah.
And what's the last one? What's the last one? Right, I think the last one kites. Right, so read over that, right? That's a messy. I really can't remember that. Right? Right, I didn't do anything like this. But it's easy, right? What is R? Right, so let's go here. R. Joseph. What is R? R is how much? Me do that. No, me do that in my head. Joseph. Joseph, seminar, what is R? Joseph.
See, Mike me.
What is R, Joseph?
See, Mike you.
What is it? You say anything? You say anything? I mean, Joseph, how much? R is how much?
54.
54, okay, nice. Next one, Luke. Luke, what is Luke, what is Q? Go on, send all the time. Yeah, Luke. What? Oh, you don't know what's going on. Yeah, Luke. Q is 54, you sure? Watch it good. Watch it good, right? Here is 54. Sorry. Here is 54. How much is here? How much is there? 126. 180 minus 54. So that means Q is what, Luke? 126. I'll give you a little chance to. Jeremy still get minus for Jeremy get minus for not knowing what's going on. Jeremy, save a team there. P is what? What is P? After I say all that, I'm saying P is 71. You sure?
Yeah.
Right. I give you a last chance. You sure it's 71? All right, nice. Okay. All right, that's transformations. That is that. All right, something I didn't get to do as well. Huh? Oh wait, right. I didn't do coordinate geometry. Right. I did not do coordinate geometry. I kind of expected to remember those formulas for coordinate geometry. Hold on. Sorry. That's not. Right, quickly, let's just look at coordinate geometry. Those are your formulas. I'm not going to do over, right? I hope you all remember that. Distance between 2 points, midpoint gradient. Parallel lines of what? Parallel lines have the same gradients and perpendicular lines have gradients equal to product is -1. So question here. If the gradient here is -1/2, what's the gradient here? Equals. What's the gradient there? 2, +2. Nice. Let's go again. What is the gradient here? Hold on, let me ask somebody on that side. -5. All right, nice. Right, so I'm going to just go over those things on gradients, right? Let's do one question, then I'll add up it time here and see how much you get. Oh yeah. A vertical line. What's the equation again? A vertical line. The equation is what? X equal to whatever passing through. A vertical line. A horizontal line, the equation is always what? Y is equal to whatever is passing through. One more question. A horizontal line, what is the gradient? 0. A vertical line, what's the gradient? Infinity. Right? This is no gradient. This is no gradient. This is all the gradients. Right? 0, infinity. Probably here. 2 might be here, 3 might be here. Infinity. Right? So a slope of 1 might be something like that. Small slope. All right? Nice. Question. Let's do that first. Try that when we're done. Well, not done, you know what I mean? We'll go back to the crew, then I'll give you a break. Oh, yeah, I'll give you a break. I'll give you a break. All in move back. Some all in move back. But your break is this long, huh? Right, number 1. Express L1 in the form y is mx plus c. Can I get the answer, please? Express L1 in the form y is mx plus c. Can you pick somebody? Grandma. Oh, it's in the form y is mx plus. But you got that here. But we'll get a little break.
That's it. You say here, which mindset? Answer that mind. So you use the chat. Fast. 3 minutes, 25%.
Yeah, Grandma. put that in the form y is mx plus c, the answer is what? Y is equal to x minus x plus 10. And then what to do? And you'll get y is equal to minus a half x plus 5. So I can put minus 5 here because that was horrible. Alright, save us. What is the grade of the perpendicular line? Well, what is the grade of this perpendicular line here? L2. We asked him here. You asked me? Huh? For sure. Gradient is positive 2, correct. Right? Negative is reciprocal, no imbalance. So you get minus and you get plus. All right, nice. Pardon me? Right, yes, so minus 5 plus, I did wrong, you wrong, get minus 1 plus 5 is how much? All right. The other chart here, myself. Take a small break, let me tell you how long the break is. Wait, where does plus 5 come from?
You see where
Somebody come and interfere with
you
it.
see where
Huh?
so 9 change 9 to 10.
Change what?
What's 9 so you got X by 9 for a reason. Because Miriam, put a sign in place.
Where?
By 9.
Plus 5, plus 10, plus 5, minus.
No. Something up on here. 5, 10, 5. Something up on here. When I was here, I was right up on the board. Somebody change it up. 20 minutes. 4 o'clock. Right now, something up on here. You love 20 minutes. 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, we start the back again. 4 o'clock, take a little break, let's go.
Go back and finish this one.
Aí go back. Olha que pular aquele finance o apa. Vai log back in. I want to distribute.
Oh yeah, the weight.
Alright, let's go now, William. So what's missing? When I run on them. Log back in here now. Let's see if it's working. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Good here. Actually, I'll stop in this one. Let's do some shorter ones, right? Shorter ones with some money. Everybody get log out there. People get log out there. Log out there. You can catch them here, you can catch them here. No, people get log out there. Everybody else good now? Right, hurry up, log in here, log in. Don't pass the oil, log in here, look. You're almost there, look, 2 hours, like 2 hours again, look. Right? This is some money here. These are some money. Money. Right, log in quick. Alright, let's go. Log in quick. Right, money for first, second, and third. Money for first, second, and third. Anybody else to log in? Right, if I don't recognize the name again, nothing. Huh? If I don't recognize the name, you're getting nothing. Right, if your name spelled wrong, you're getting nothing. Adrian's boyfriend, whoever that is, they're getting nothing.
Hurry up, log in quick, everybody log in. Alright, let's go. Starting now. Anybody else? Let's go. Music, music. Yeah, Mike, maybe not. Oh yeah, troops -5 already. Yeah, that's a mistake, so type it back. That was the closest answer. What's the midpoint formula? Closest answer. Did have errors, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think I gotta be ready. I gotta be ready. There you go again, there you go again. Eton, who's Eton? Eton, nice.
Downside move.
Nice, so we don't have Beanie, Emma, Nuria, Emma next up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Lecture, you know. Yeah, be smiling while you get this one. Red, red.
Green.
Be right along into this one. You don't need storage, you just going on the end. You just going on Let's see the same one we can. Same thing, exact same thing. Oh, go. Go. Come on, get things right, you might be able to buy one. The real Bine Emma, right? Somebody not answered.
Jerry boy. Hey, come on. Seria salir. So we just find the images the wings and
I did it.
so I think better what's yeah.
Who's here, buddy? All right, cool. We're going for that little fire.
Sa siya, puno.
What does K represent? Yeah, fire, right, we're on something. Not changing at all, buddy. Pegging him nothing, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. Nothing changing in top five, boy. Top five serious. Yes, one man job out here. What's the y intercept? 0 and what?
We suck. I jumped real far.
Who's this here?
Round
That's how you spell your name? Ah, well, too bad.
So you disqualify.
I know you have spelled your name wrong too. Yeah, there's no one there, boy. Emma, who's Emma? Emma, you next side? 2 more to go.
That was awesome.
Last one. Last one, last one. Last one, yeah. Find the x intercept.
That's not good.
So hold it right there.
Just like all the others. Gotta put in separation.
So I'm 22 there.
Right. Now you see first, second, third, compare money.
There you go. There you go, man. Go.
Well, the next one again. First, second, third, compare money.
Jerry.
That's going up now. Jeremy.
I
can't believe Jeremy, Savira, and Maria. Come quick. First place, remember the money going up now, eh?
I go take Maria.
15, 10, and 5. It's going up to 20 and it's around 100 after.
I think in a conversion.
Now you're going again. Next one. Next one again, love bucket. Let me see. Last one was what? Geometry. What's this one? That's 4 questions.
Right?
Huh?
It's only two.
Algebra. Money going up here. For algebra. Money going up. Let me go. We stop at the 15, so let me go 20, 30, 40. Well. Huh? There you go again. Log in there. I don't know what I'm doing. Mira, log into this one. Log in, just scan the code and log in. Log in quick. Right, time now. Log in quick. Huh? What's it? Log in quick. Come next door, try and get something now. Now, put that name like that. We're not against the law. Right, anybody here still to pay? Anybody needs to get to pay yourself? Alexa? Yo.
So what pigeon I did? Pigeon.
Rihanna? Rihanna, right?
Ethan? Alright, let's go.
So you can't remember what you want.
So you have to do quick.
Scroll on it.
I just for sure. Alright, let's go.
Scenario name.
Are you ready? Let's go.
So why you gonna follow? What are the outside green? Side green bananas. How to be safe. So we don't think good.
Next one, I go again. Right, how we going here? Huh? First place here again, huh?
So we could get up on my doubles.
No, Sando.
So mañana me quedo. Then come in.
Sorry. Nobody get a chance. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. That's nine talking to me about that. Sorry about that. Expand that quickly.
Can I high tech set of business man? Thanks. We keep going.
And next.
Right, how do I end
Let's take off this.
I was looking at Severa, Alyssa, Ding, everybody change it.
So that man, they call John Walker. So John Walker, you could.
Right, you can say now next to the person on the left, all have similar points, some of the other. Somebody only qualified.
Where the
No change there, all right. Oh, I didn't see 30. Next one is what? Do that fast. Where is money coming in? Where's the pick it up? I like this one. Factorize, put these steps in it. Can you see that one?
Why is that big backside?
I know, still we got here. Right, Severa, come. Severa, David, and Alyssa. Alyssa.
Sorry, I find this.
No, oh,
Sure, well, how about this?
I go again, yeah.
Give me a question.
Shit away. There you go again. Next one.
The next one.
Last one, right? Let us do a right, APs and GPs.
Good now. So they are not. No, my gas was wasted.
This is what I'm like. Use them up.
There's someone wrong here. Alright, something wrong here. How do we stop it? Alright, let's go to something else and then I'll come back in. I don't know why I give him trouble. I'm not seeing the videos coming up. Alright, let's go back here. Let's go back here and then we'll come back, right? I will reload it just now. I don't know why I give it. All right, last thing. Last thing. Yeah, no, I'll start with the who's again just now. There's a little, I don't know what happened there. 2 videos missing.
So you got uncles?
Huh?
You got uncles?
I don't know if it comes from
So you like this go, bro?
but
So every time I see you, I want to sing closer.
keep it simple.
Yeah, I think you can go.
All right, let's go again. Let's turn this thing back. Anyways, right. There are some questions that we had to do a little bit of reading, right? We didn't do any area and volume questions. That's coming number 3 or 4, right? But before we do that, I just want to talk about something. I'm not really going to do anything on it, in case it comes, right? Time graphs. Remember this? Time graph. So some graphs, look here now. So I'm Pastor Craig. Watch here, right? In the back. Watch here. Right. So if I give you a graph like this, right? And let's say it's displacement time graph. I want you to remember that the gradient of a displacement time graph, just find the gradient and you'll get velocity. If it's a distance time graph, then you'll get speed. Okay? A horizontal line means what? Anybody remembers? A horizontal line means it's stationary, right? And this line just means it's going back to the origin, right? And the next type of graph you have to remember, velocity time graph. The gradient of these graphs is what? Gradient gives you acceleration, yeah? Yeah? And the area under this graph gives you what? Distance travel, right? So I just kind of just wanted to go over that, right? All right. So we're gonna take a by the way, please remember that speed is distance over time. So we're gonna take a look at some of those worded questions that we're gonna take a look at those worded questions that ask you to find like area and volume and those little things, right? Before we do that, I want you to remember something that generally works, right? If I give you a cylinder, I just find volume. Generally, volume is what? Huh? So area is always what? Sorry, volume is always area of the base or cross section multiplied by the height. So if I wanted to find volume here, all I have to do is find the area here and multiply by the height. That's all you have to do, right? So I want you to always remember that volume is always area based by the height. All right. So we're going to attempt now some questions, a little wordy, I know it's tired, but we're going to try just two of them. All right. All right, so we'll take your time. I know it's 20 words. I'm not gonna kill all over the thinking questions, right? But the ones we have to follow the pattern. No phone remark. So I'm going to go on the phone. I'm gonna. That's what it is. What's on the plan? What are you doing? Someone else on the plan. All right, let's start here. Let's start here. Take a little read. Almost done. Two more questions.
Why?
Okay. Try that yet?
I'm not thinking of chill company more than my saying, you know, I got up like. Yo. Arin. Go on. That's fine.
All time you good. Get on good. There you All right, so they gave us the volume, they gave us the length and the height. Find area and stated region. So you have to figure out what is the formula for volume again, Chelsea. Volume is always what? I give you a chance. Volume is always what? Area the base by the height. Yeah, Chelsea, what are we doing? Area the base by the height, right? Then find the volume.
Hurry up. Right, how are we finding the area? What do you think, buddy? Hurry up, try that there. So the volume of that whole shape, the volume of that whole shape is 2,886. Right? So therefore, since this is the base here, right, you might have to turn it sideways to see it properly, right? But if this is the area of the base, then this is your height. You'll see that? The area of the base, right? You'll have to turn it like that. So this, therefore, this will be the area of the base, and your height will be 31.2. We do not have the area underneath there. So therefore, to find the volume, we're going to use area of the base multiplied by the height. Right? So the volume, we know the volume as 2,886. Area of the base, we have to find that. And the height is 31.2. You all see why we're not using 8.72? Right? We can't use 8.72 because we do have the base underneath there. Right? We have this height here, so we can use this area here what we're trying to find. So therefore, the area of the shaded region is equal to 2,886 divided by 31.2. How much? 92. 92.5 centimeter squared. Everybody clear it up? Next part. I'll clear it up next one. I'm bringing everybody to the arm. And that's 7. Yeah. Right, Jeremy, look at this here. A cuboid shaped hole bar shown below has the same volume as the trapezoid prism shaped hole bar. So they both have the same volume. So the object on top has the same volume as the object here. Alright, what is volume again? 2,886 cm3. Calculate each. Calculate each. How do we find volume again, Rima? Volume is always what? Well, again, Rima, what's the formula we use in Rima to find volume? Sorry. Mom, we just it's still on the board. Volume is what? Very good. Area of the base multiplied by the height is what? What's the height here? 8. We can call him H. We can call him H, David. We can call him H. Alright? So therefore, area of the base multiplied by the height is equal to 2,886. What is the area of the base, Jeremy? Yeah, what's the area of the base? Sorry? How you get multiply these two? Very good. So therefore, H is equal to 2,886 divided by 30.6 by 8.2. And you get 11.5 centimeter. All right. Let's go again. Next one. Follow read. Good thing there. Try that there.
Wow. Now, forget about you also I get talk, you don't laugh. I get talk. You are not gonna sleep when I be like, no. I know I'm sorry.
And all the goal is being used to make 6 identical squares. Calculate for each the radius. How are you going to find the radius? Get done. Back. Right. So it will be as done, it will be the volume of 1 will be 2886 divided by 6. How much is that? 481. Are you get up? And then solve for R now. So that would be 481 is equal to 4 times pi R cubed. You guys think that?
114.8.
Work it out. Yeah. If you're going to use radius, half of the no, that's the formula. That formula is the formula for volume. Are you okay with that? Very good. Well, I want to move it down. You have it already. I want to take it off. Right, carry across this. So you're going to get 481 multiplied by 3 divided by 4. You want to use what you? It's equal to pi r cubed divided by pi and then cube root it and I get your answer. You are okay with the subject and the formula? Carry across pi and then cube root everything, right? Yeah? So R is how much?
4.86.
4.86. And last part. Calculating mark, oh sorry, no, surface area. Right? Surface area,
Use the surface area formula, really easy, right? Pi r squared. So that's 4 pi by 4.86 squared, right? Last part. Mass given density. How you getting mass? Look at the formula there. Let's pick on somebody in the back there who's sleeping. Frank. Let me pick on one of you. He has one time. Pedaya. Put up the drum. Jack, find the name. Jaya. Jaya. Hi, Jaya. Hi, Divan, help out there. Divan. How you getting mass? You have density and volume. Density is mass over volume, so how you getting mass? Huh? How you getting mass? Mass is what? Yeah. Right, density by volume, right? Density by volume. So density is 19.3 and volume was 0.1. So the answer is what? How much? 9 point. In one before one, we'll start the next one. Hold on. Wait again. 5 o'clock, I just put yourself to go. Huh? 15 minutes. Wait, I was on back. Everybody. One more. One more. All right, this here. Get it right? Somebody work it out. And work it out and get it right. One full stop. You can wait for 4 and 4 people. One question, everybody, one question to go. You always read it. You always read it. No, we have already. So, I have one question. Right, you got get it right. Then you're up. And go great. Oh, yeah, Last question. Try there. Last question before you get break. Oh, yeah. I can't on time read for it. Oh, yeah, last question, Jeremy. Oh, you have Jeremy. Right, so the wire is 61 meters long, right? It forms a sector and a radius 18. So here is 18 as well. Show that x is 18. How are we doing that? How are we doing that? No, not you. Let's pick on Brandon. Yeah, come on to do. Right, 61 meters is what? Is you what is called the word? Perimeter, right? So the perimeter is your 61 meters. So 61 meters is 18 plus 18 plus that arc length. How you find arc length? How you find arc length? Right, so theta over 360 multiplied by 2 pi by r. R is 18. You gotta remember that formula, Chelsea? Remember the formula? Right? That formula represents the fraction of the whole circumference. Circumference is what? Circumference is 2 pi r, and the fraction is theta on 360. Okay? Look it out fast and mobile again. Sorry, sir. So the answer is 36. Right? You want to find the x. And 2 pi by 18 is what? 36 again. Plus 36 pi. Remember the question wants you to find what? Find x, right? So x over 360 is equal to 61 minus 36 minus 36 pi. How much is that? As more there, please move on up. How much is this? Move everything cross the equal sign pair. How much is that? You are get answer the area part. Otherwise, nobody can have it. Okay. Take your time, I get the easiest part. Yeah. How much is that all there? 61 minus 36 minus minus yeah, minus sorry. Minus quickly calculate. Quickly calculate. Again, a minus part. Anybody have it? Right? I do some madness there. Right, so that should be 36 pi x over 360 is equal to that value, right? So you have 36x over 360 is 61 minus 36, which is how much? 25. Then you cross multiply. Cross multiply and you will get 360 by 25 all over 36 pi. How much is that? 360 by 25 all over 36 pi. So I move it across multiply and solve for x, right? How much is that? 79, which is approximately 80. You also how I made this subject formula? I'm going to show you again, right? Because I feel someone just shaking over there. Last thing I'll give you 15 minutes, right? Well, we can do the root now and then wrap up. We'll do that. So it's 300 and then wrap up. No. I'll walk break there and 2. It's up to all, yeah. Anyway, so we have 36 pi x over 360 is 25. When you cross multiply, you'll get 36 pi x's 25 by 360. Divide both sides by 36 pi, and you'll get x is equal to 79.5. So x is approximately 80 degrees. Last part to mirror to answer, and then we get in a break. Mirror, how we get in the area enclosed. Well, that's up to you. You can take how long you want. You have to take it. How you find the area enclosed? How you find the area of a circle? Pi squared, right? And as a fraction of the whole circle, how much? What fraction it is? Theta was 80 over how much? Huh? How much? How much now whole circle? 360, right? So you're finding 80 on 360 by pi squared. That's all you're doing, right? How much is that? How much is 80 over 360 multiplied by pi multiplied by 18 squared? How much? 226. Okay. All right, nice. Take a break, 15 minutes, and then we do the last 2 minutes. I just want to that now. Take a little break. Yeah, me. 15 minutes earlier. Correct. 15 minutes wrong. Them up to my.
What did you say, Mr. Paul?
In 15 minutes wrong. Them up to my place.
So you're paying his back.
Sorry, sir.
Are you TV flat?
Not doing that.
Where was it? Apa ya baru nonton?
Apa ya?
Contoh apa? Apa dia phải đấy? Oh,
Right, okay. No, put the document, look, just put it, Rihanna, put the document up, please. Put the document up.
this one. Yeah. Oh, you're right.
But yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
where did you
Oh, I know this.
Oh, I put a.
Not gonna be there. Oh, okay. But,
I thought CSEC.
I feel it would be open.
I think it had done that. It had done a form of that. Oh my God, my grandma.
I somebody, yeah, there's a different situation now.
Wait, like so you're not
All right, okay, you forget it, man. Don't them up, right? What's the net?
yeah, we can work it.
Yeah, some video, we apply this also.
Far over the birds. Anything you want? Anything brand is different.
Fraction of your.
See, yeah, but I like to go, and right on size. No document.
Cancer.
Then the home come out. And that's it. You do it, and that's it. So. When you sleep, messages. Who up you?
Now, so what next?
Yeah.
Over to what next? And pick up.
Yeah, it went into details. Yeah, it went into detail, you know what?
Well, let's keep it up close now, please.
Oh, that's really something like this. We left two pages like that, and then
All right. Fine, let's go. More freedom about that. But
let's be done.
more
Oh, more better.
that's it, I know. More frequent. So that's the reason why the conflict, but
Yeah, these are no point.
it's fine. One minute, I'm travel. Somebody outside? Tell security.
Yeah, it does have to do that, and then you can. Oh, possible. But you will get.
Oh, you can open the door from Skylon? Oh.
Wait, look at it. Oh, you did that.
What I want.
You did everything.
And I'll go on my.
So,
What? So what? Alright.
Last one. Find WZ.
WCXD.
Yeah, XC. How you write the answer? Come up.
Yeah.
Right, put brackets too. Right, write the value. Write the comma between the values, right? Find XC. Probably go where? X to what? X to Y and then Y to Z.
Yeah, you're not right now.
X to Z and Y to Z. Minus 3 minus 8 and then minus 5 plus 7. Let's see who got it.
Yeah.
Find the magnitude of the vector 2 decimal places. Right, well, nobody get all right, so we'll roll over the, hundreds and mass next. 2, all right, so. Alright, let's do it again. Alright, so nice. Alright, Tolia, that's the end there. Jada comes to David second turn. Alright, Tolia, take all the time. Go man do some work. Right, Neptune, go man do some work. Rema, go man do plenty work.